Ladies and gentlemen, for the first and only time, we are not loading from the end of a chapter. We are in the middle of one. It was a good break-off point, but still. So, last time, Steelwind cut loose and, apparently cut down a couple of members of the nobility, including a couple characters who were returning faces. It was quite shocking. And now we are investigating what really happened, because that ain't my Steelwind. Alright, but first we're going to talk to Celeste here, who was on the scene when it happened, and happened to fight with Steelwind. So, tell us about the fight with Steelwind. Let's review what happened. Before Beatrice knocked me out, you heard a commotion outside, and you went to investigate. Can you tell me more about your fight with Steelwind? What was she like? Well, she wasn't her usual self. It's like she was in some kind of daze. I noticed it even before she attacked me. Something was wrong with her. Oh yeah, and she didn't even respond to me when I tried to talk to her. It's like she didn't even recognize me. But from what Lord Asclepius said, she would have been acting more erratically if she was affected by Mage Blight. It's possible that you fought someone disguised as her. I guess that's possible. But whoever they were, their magic was still extremely powerful. And several members of the Four Pillar families were assembled here. It could have been one of them. We should speak with Commander White when we get the chance. The Grand Cathedral was closed from the public for, whatever was happening here. They probably have a list of everyone who was present when the murders happened. This means that whoever did this was one of the nobles that was here today. Oh, really? Maybe whoever did it was one of the nobles present today. But I'm sure the one responsible is far, far away. Yeah, that James Heatherake. Steelwind's dad is the only head noble still walking around. Arya Steelwind, not... yeah. Exempting the royal family, you should be the only four houses head alive, yeah. A lot of instability. Well, did we see Eris up until now? My cases are blending together. This is easily the best place you put Eris on the thumbnail. Thank you! You'd believe that it was a screenshot. I'm flattered. If you took a closer look at it, you'd see that it's really rough around the edges. But yeah, I usually just place Eris at like 50% transparency, just on top, kind of implicating her ever-presence in all of the bad happenings that were going on in this story. And I'm pretty sure that muddling up all the faces tanked my algorithm and retention, but it's fine. This one, I actually tried a little bit. But, yeah. Who was taken down? It was, Pierce, it was Von Sanctus, and it was Sybil. So, yeah. Weren't we lectured on all the importance of all those heads? One was in charge of justice, one was in charge of economy, and one was in charge of, like, industry or something like that. So, oh boy. I guess all of Tyrion's, all of Tyrion's lecturing, saying that we don't need the nobles to take care of everything. Well, let's see that proof in the pudding. Let's talk about Beatrice Frege. Beatrice can cast invisibility, so I doubt she'd let you see her. But did you see her at any point when you were fighting Steelwind? Celeste? Sorry, I don't know. I was too focused on staying alive. I've actually been meaning to ask you about that. Aren't you really strong? I've never even seen you break a sweat in a fight before. Well, she was really tough. It was terrifying, honestly. It was mainly her magic. I've never fought someone with spells that powerful before. She didn't hurt you, did she? No, but it got pretty close. I think she realized that she couldn't beat me, so she just ran past me and into the prayer room. So her real target was Pierce. But why? Did you see the moment she murdered Pierce? No. When I arrived at the prayer room, I saw you and Steelwind unconscious on the ground. And Pierce was already dead. And I'm assuming you didn't see Beatrice anywhere. No, she wasn't there when I arrived. But how did she leave the prayer room without Celeste noticing? Did she turn herself invisible? During the afternoon of the murder, Celeste McQuay heard a suspicious sound, investigated the hallway of the prayer room. There she saw Arya Steelwind fighting the guards. Arya didn't respond to Celeste's questions, didn't attack her as well. The two fought to a standstill, and Arya pushed past her. When Celeste arrived at the prayer room, she found Tyrion and Arya unconscious, and Pierce was already dead. She didn't see Beatrice Frege at any point during the altercation. Alright, this is a bunch of very specific information that will probably come important later on. We showed up at the prayer room for the meeting at 1:50 p.m. Then we interrogated Pierce about half an hour. That's when we heard the commotion outside, and you went to investigate it. Right. And I think Beatrice knocked me and Pierce out 10 minutes after that. How long did you fight Steelwind before she pushed past you? We definitely fought for a while. It must have been at least 20 minutes. Now there, Solaris. Eris showed up at the very start of this case, commanding Beatrice, that's right. She was basically making herself known. Which means that Beatrice somehow got into the room during your fight. That discounts my theory of her disguising herself as Steelwind. You regained consciousness at 3:12 p.m. That means you were knocked out for more than 40 minutes. There are still a lot of unknowns about what happened. You'll need all the pieces if you want to put this puzzle together. Alright. I don't think, let's see. A chalk outline where Pierce's body was. He was sitting against the altar. And the bloodstain implies he was hit through the chest. Man, we need an updated autopsy report. Alright. You have stained glass windows, they look nice. Lanterns hanging around the room.
Arcane.
That's a lot of magic. A trace of necromancy on the ground here. It's probably from when I tried to heal you. There are traces of conjuration magic all over the room. That must have been left by Beatrice's sleep spell. Oh, there's a trace of transmutation here. It's all over the area around his body. Interesting. Didn't the murderer wound him using a transmutation spell? Anyways, looks like I found everything here. Let's move! Oh, yeah, let's go talk to Steelwind. You arrive at the dungeon, but you can't find her anywhere. She's being interrogated. Of course. That's shorthand for you're not. The script doesn't call for you to be here yet. All right, on to the nave. Nope, the nave is probably going to be our command center. You retrace your footsteps and find the common room. This is the last place you saw Von Sanctus and Sybil before everything happened. Damn. I can remember this scene vividly in my head, too. You look around and see that most of the room has been entirely scorched. You can still smell the scent of burnt cloth and flesh in the... Oh my god. It's one thing about the scent of burnt cloth, but burnt flesh on top? Damn. What happened here? Was there some kind of fire? Yeah, we think the burp lit a fire using magic. As you enter the room, Commander White approaches you. He seems to be accompanied by a typical legion of knights. Commander White, I'm not your boss anymore, so can you be a pal? Why did you say that word? Hey, kid. You investigating what happened, too? Something like that. We just want to figure out what really happened. Yeah, you and me both, pal. Nothing about this case makes any damn sense. I'll be honest. I could really use your help in trying to figure this out. Honestly, you're not sure who you can trust at this point. The commander is leading the investigation. He's bound to have information that'll be useful to you. Ugh. This whole situation is a damn mess. Has the Inquisition found any clues to explain what happened? Well, we only have the basic stuff so far. We've only just received the autopsy reports. That's still pretty useful. Do you have the copies of them? Sure. Knock yourselves out. Okay, let's see. So Garrick Pierce died at 2:45 p.m. in the prayer room. Cause of death was blood loss. A shard of frozen liquid was found stabbed through his heart. It's very likely that this was the murder weapon. Oh no. Are all of the murders going to be ironic? The wound also shows heavy traces of transmutation magic, and traces of conjuration magic were found throughout the room. Died at 2:18 p.m. Cause of death was suffocation. Her body was found floating in a nearby lake outside of the Grand Cathedral. There's something so visceral about these murders. Usually people are just poked and left there. But suffocation? Left floating in the lake? Goddamn! Tyrion Cuthbert, you got some fangs! Traces of transmutation, evocation, and necromancy magic were found on the body. And Lloyd von Sanctus! Dang! I thought this guy was going to skip out of this story to think about his stuff. Died at 2:05 p.m. Cause of death was suffocation. Oh, the fire in the common room burnt the body too much to discern any specific wounds he might have suffered. So, they weren't ironic deaths. Maybe it was just Pierce's that was ironic. But these two, they were together. They probably died. They probably inhaled too much smoke, and that suffocated them. However, a small trace of evocation magic and a burn mark were found on the victim's left shoulder. This implies the body was hit with a fire-based evocation spell. Traces of abjuration magic were found on and around the body. Wait, Pierce was killed with a frozen blade? Isn't that similar to how he killed Flintheart? Hey! I called it as I saw it. Sorry, I didn't mean to... No, it's okay. Still strange, though. Why would the murderer kill Pierce using such a convoluted method? If Steelwind really was affected by Mage Blight, she wouldn't have done something like that. Murder of Garrick Pierce has been added to your notes. Which is oddly similar to how Pierce murdered Flintheart McCoy. Uh-oh. Are people gonna say that Celeste was a collaborator or something? Joshua? What brought in Joshua? I like a good Joshua as much as anybody, but what inspired that? Anyways, these times of death also seem to tell a story. And if we look at the reports, the murderer must have killed Von Sanctus, then Sybil, then Pierce, in that order. Yeah, that's our working theory too. If you look at this map, we can see where the prayer room and the common room are. Lady Sybil's body was found in a lake west of here. But since the Grand Cathedral was built on a cliff, there isn't an easy way to get there in such a short amount of time. Oh, wait. I've been keeping my my Orm White voice going on, but I think they're both talking. So that raises my next question. How did Sybil's body end up in the lake? The murderer threw Sybil from a balcony. The Grand Cathedral was built on a cliff over a lake, and the westward balcony just happens to be right over it. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. We even have a witness who saw Steel Wind here. Really? Who was it? It was High Speaker Theon Arceus. I'm gonna say Arceus because that's hilarious. High Speaker? He is the shot caller of the Church of Bahamut. And he stands at the top of the religious hierarchy, from what I hear. He spotted Steelwind near the west balcony and noticed that she was acting suspiciously. He called out to her, but she ignored him. So she knew that he saw her, but she didn't attack him. Yeah, he really lucked out. But if she was having a psychotic episode, he would have noticed that. From what you said, all she did was ignore him. You're right. This whole Mage Blight story doesn't add up. Either way, we'll have to talk to him directly to find out more. Putting that aside, there's something else that's strange. Explain. It's about the order that the murders occurred in. What's strange about the order of the murders? The murderer killed Sanctus, Sybil, and Pierce in that order. This means that the murderer went to the common room, then the west balcony, and then finally the prayer room. Common room, west balcony, prayer room. When we look at the map, the murderer's route seems a bit strange. Hold on a second, where is everything again? So at first, let me get this straight again. So it's common west prayer. Common west prayer. So it was common room, the prayer room, common west balcony. So yeah, you would have had to go past the prayer room. The murder could have killed Sybil. Second, no. There's a clear route between each room. The murderer would have traveled to the common room, balcony, and prayer room. Wait, who is where again? Von Sanctus, Sybil, and Pierce. Hold on a second. Let me get out the notepad. Von Sanctus, Sybil, Pierce, which meant common room, balcony, prayer. The murderer's route seems kind of strange. So, and if we look at the map... Okay, so first it was the common room, which is in the top right, and then the balcony, which was Sybil, and the prayer room. Okay, so they could have killed Pierce second. That was my my switchboard was not switchboarding. The murderer must have passed right by the prayer room before they dumped Sybil's body. Why wouldn't they just murder Pierce on the way there? Maybe they wanted to dump Sybil's body first. Or they were afraid of fighting me. Aren't you giving yourself a little too much credit? No. She has a point. Out of everyone who fought the murderer, Celeste was the only one who didn't die or fall comatose. Anyways, there has to be a reason why the murderer deliberately chose that route. I guess we'll just have to keep that in mind. You created a rough outline of the murderer's actions. The real clues will lie in how each of the individual murders occurred. And that starts with figuring out how Van Sanctus was murdered. How did the Inquisition find out about the murders anyways? Did a witness come across the bodies? It all started when Prince Alaric ran up to us. He told us that he saw a fire breaking out in the common room. He also saw Steelwind there. When I tried to talk to her, she hit him with some kind of spell. She attacked one of the princes? Yeah. But it didn't look like she hurt him. That guy from House Asclepius suspected him, and he told us he wasn't injured. I'm glad he's okay, but wouldn't Arya have used a more violent spell if she was being affected by Mage Blight? It's possible she was throwing spells randomly, and he just happened to get really lucky. I suppose it's possible. Was there anyone else nearby when this happened? I would have expected a Prince of Wyverngard to be under constant guard. Yeah, that was kind of my mistake. I ordered the knights to give him some space, considering what just happened. And that would be? Sorry, kid. If you don't know, it's not my place to tell you. I have orders from the top to stay quiet about that. It looks like you'll need to ask someone higher up. Still strange, though. Why were all the nobles gathered here? Anyways, whatever the perp hit him with, it only put him into days. He could barely walk or talk. Couldn't even approach us until the spell had worn off. And the weirdest about it all is that he was pretty close to where we were. But for some reason, we didn't find him until after the spell wore off. That must have been traumatic. I hope he's okay. Why didn't anyone see him during this time? After he told us what was happening, we went to put out the fires. That's when we saw a bunch of guards knocked out outside the prayer room. Did you see me? No. This all happened around 3:10 p.m. Right. That was probably well after Steelwind moved into the prayer room. Celeste must have already followed her into it. Alright, the report. The Inquisition discovered something was wrong when Alaric the Wyverngard reported that a fire had broken out in the common room. He also told them that Eris Steelwind cast a spell on him earlier that severely debilitated his senses. When the Inquisition arrived at the scene, they spotted the unconscious guards outside the prayer room. They did not see Celeste McCoy and Arya Steelwind. This all happened at 3:10 p.m. When you arrested Steelwind, I recall you mentioning that a bunch of guards were comatose. Did the murderer use some kind of spell to knock them out? I don't think so. And I'm just as lost as you are about that. Some of the victims didn't have any magical traces on them, so we know they're not under the effect of a spell, but they still haven't woken up. That's odd, to say the least. Is there any common thread between the knights who fell comatose? That might help us deduce what happened to them. Well, we found all of them at the locations where Steelwind was spotted. That can't be a coincidence. But he just admitted they weren't being affected by any kind of spell. What is going on here? What is happening? Several knights from the King's Guard were found unconscious after the body was found. They've been responsible to the massacre, and due to a lack of magical traces, they are clearly not being affected by any kind of arcane spell. I wonder if devilry, if any sort of demon craft, does not leave magical traces. Really anticipating that Star Ocean too, huh? Commander White, you keep saying the perp instead of Steelwind, even though everyone else seems to think she was responsible for this. Do you also suspect that she's being framed? It just doesn't add up. If she did give herself Mage Blight, her actions wouldn't have been so deliberate. And she's definitely not the type of person to just go around murdering people. Even if she was, she's led a lot of Inquisition's investigations recently. She's investigated plenty of homicides with us, and she knows exactly how we do things. Whoever did this got the job done, but they were sloppy about it. A bunch of witnesses saw her, and she didn't even try to hide herself using her magic. So, she either had Mage Blight, which doesn't match with her behavior, or she did this intentionally and wanted to get caught. There you go. Whoever was pulling on her little strings were like, let's make it as obvious as possible that Steelwind is responsible. None of the scenario makes any damn sense. Someone has to be framing her. That's the only reasonable explanation. Honestly, I'm not so sure about that either. Explain. You saw her when you arrested her, didn't you? She wanted us to lock her up. It's like she thought she was a danger to herself and others. Right. That's the same impression I got as well. If it weren't for the witness's statements, I'd be sure she gave herself Mage Blight. The strangest thing is I'd never seen her that scared before. Something really rattled her about what happened. Did you follow up on what I said about Beatrice? I know she was in the room when Pierce and I fell unconscious. She has to be involved in this somehow. Well, she's already in prison, so we're already out on that account. When we asked her what happened, she said she couldn't remember anything. That's such an obvious lie. She has to be hiding something. Normally, I'd agree with you. But she's not the only one with missing memories. Steelwind also can't remember anything. What? Looks like you'll have to speak with her about that. Anyways, what about Eris and the knight who was guarding her? Did they see anything? Alright, kid. Eris Ilmater has been missing since everything went down. What? Do you have any idea what happened to her? Oh, that poor girl! That poor innocent lass! I hope nothing happened to poor Eris! No. I wouldn't be too worried. A witness to the crime scene is missing and possibly hurt! Look, kid. You may be a hotshot attorney, but I've been in this business a lot longer than you have. Sometimes when things happen to civilians, they get spooked and run away. I've seen it a million times. You feel like he's not making a big a deal as this as he should be. But he might have a point. Eris is the daughter of a crime lord, after all. She might have gone into hiding to avoid having to speak with law enforcement. You don't have the resources to look for her. So I'm sure she'll turn up eventually. Well, I suppose we can't do anything about that now. I still hope she's okay. Yeah, I hope she's hale and hearty for her downfall later on. Eris is fragile and helpless. She's in danger if we don't find her. Anyways, what about the knight guarding Beatrice? Surely he didn't go missing as well. That's the thing. And I was supposed to be watching her as one of the people who went comatose. We found him in front of the prayer room, too. Damn it! What happened to him? Make matters even worse, that Frege chick knows how to cast invisibility. So even if she was telling the truth, very few people would have actually seen her. But her guard was in front of the prayer room. She must have brought him there somehow. Beatrice's actions. You saw Beatrice Frege as you were losing consciousness. You only saw her for a brief moment, so if you could have been an illusion. Regardless, obviously, she was somehow into the prayer room at 2:30 p.m. A knight was assigned to guard Beatrice and kill her if Marunoth attempted to escape. He was later found comatose in front of the prayer room. Eris Ilmater, who was also with Beatrice when she disappeared, has been missing since the massacre. Anyways, would you happen to have a recent version of her spell compendium? Sure. We already have it on record. It's your spell compendium and contains the formulas for following spells: Familial Bond, Sleep, Mend Wounds, Send Message, Animate Corpse, Necrotic Blight. She was into necromancy. Shatter. That's how one breaks the glass. Invisibility, Feign Death, and Illusory Disguise. That's a lot of convenient spells. Wait a minute. Feign Death? Feign Death, you say? Alright, well, we know about Familial Bond. We know about Mend Wounds. We know about Send Message. We know about Animate Corpse. We know about Necrotic Blight. We know about Shatter. Channels the caster's magic in any physical object they are touching with their hands. You know if magic is channeled, the object may shatter or break. The intensity of spells exponentially increases while they are concentrating. Or channeling large quantities of magic will slowly drain the caster's stamina and possibly cause Mage Blight. Interesting. Invisibility to know about. Feign Death. The caster must target a creature that's already unconscious. While they concentrate on the spell, the target will appear to be dead. The target creature will stop breathing and their heart will stop beating. However, the life energies of the spell will keep them alive for the duration. This feels very important. Illusory Disguise. Places an illusion on the target, completely change the visual appearance. The disguise moves with the target for the duration. The disguise can make the target look 1 foot tall, larger, or smaller. Elements hidden by the spell are made invisible, and elements created by the spell are purely visual. You cannot make physical contact with it. Right. I forgot how many spells she used during Lord Frege's murder. It's all a little difficult to take in. I still can't believe it. After everything he did, Von Sanctus was just murdered. I'm surprised to hear that from you. Didn't he basically get away with offing Justin Way? The way I see it, he got what he deserved. That still doesn't sit right with me. No matter who the victims might have been, no one deserves to die like that. You're definitely a bigger man than I am. I cast doubt on that. Or Might's an absolute unit. Anyways, Von Sanctus' autopsy report says he died of suffocation. I almost said died of ligma. I am freaking cooked in the head. We think the murderer overpowered him and choked him with a rope or something. That hardly sounds like something someone would want to do during a psychotic episode. I'd like to point out that Beatrice doesn't have a traditional sleep spell. Feign Death seems even more suspicious as a result. Wait, what? Beatrice doesn't have a traditional sleep spell? Why do you say it's a non-traditional sleep spell? Because she has sleep right here. Unless you're talking about something completely else and it's going whoosh. Who's Steve Jobs? Yeah. The more info I get, the more I think you might be onto something. We're 2 for 2 on people telling us that we're onto something. That's worrying to me. I can feel the fabric of reality collapsing around us because people are on Tyrion's side. Ella Minor de Catone. Either way, the fire that the perp started in this room burned his body. Didn't completely turn into ash, but it was still pretty charred. So that fire would have burnt away any evidence of the minor wounds he had. Yeah. We're lucky we even discerned that he was hit with an evocation spell. Right, the autopsy report mentioned that too. But if the fire was started, it's possible that he died from smoke inhalation? No. A divination spell was always identified smoke inhalation as death by poisoning, not death by suffocation. I suppose that kind of makes sense. But still a shame we can't find out how the murderer suffocated him. We still know very little about how the murders occurred. Do you have any records of each of the victims' spell compendiums? They might help us understand what each of the victims was doing during the attack. Sure, knock yourself out. Okay, we got Pierce's spell compendium. He's got Prestidigitation, Conjure Light, Conjure Water, Frost Wave, and Shape Liquid, as we all know. Sybil had Slow Fall, Foresight, Strike True, Detect Magic, Stone Skin, and Mend Wounds. Lloyd Von Sanctus had Mage Blade, Force Cage, Send Message, and Mend Wounds. Yep, I remember Send Message. That was used with the Arcane Construct during case number 3, was it? Prestidigitation. The caster creates a simple and harmless visual effect around their hand. This effect will last for as long as they maintain concentration. Conjure Life, the duration of the spell, we know that one. Conjure Water, we know that one. Frost Wave. Liquid State will be immediately frozen, and life will immediately enter stages of hypothermia. Damn. Force Cage. The duration. The caster creates a magical 10-10-10 cube around the target within 30 feet of them. The walls of this cube are impenetrable and can't be destroyed by anything. Not even spells, but only spell effects. Furthermore, any attempts to magically teleport into or out of the cube will fail. If there's any more than one creature in the target space, they will be pushed away from the center of the cube. Mage Blade we know. Slow Fall. The caster counteracts the force of gravity affecting them, causing them to fall significantly slower when airborne for the duration. Foresight. The caster invokes the ultimate form of divination magic to see brief glimpses of the near future. While this spell is active, the caster is able to sense danger seconds before it actually happens. Wasn't that what Sybil had? I have a feeling that some of these will be very important later on. The caster increases their ability to predict the results of their actions for the duration. This is useful for the purposes of aiming or doing other activities that rely on dexterity and skill. Detect Magic. We know that one. Stone Skin. The caster creates a thick layer of stone around their body. The stone layer will deflect and protect the caster from any physical trauma. The stone layer can be slowly broken through continuous attacks, but as long as the caster concentrates on the spell, the stone layer will instantaneously repair itself. Interesting. Okay, wow. That's a lot to work through. Yep. That's what happens when a bunch of mages are caught in the middle of a murder. Honestly, you've been lucky till now. Nevertheless, I'll need to look over each of these spells when they become relevant. Yeah. Is this the most topics we've ever seen with one person? Scorch marks all over the room. It's been going for a while. And we should talk to Alaric to see if there's anything else we can glean. As they found Von Sanctus's body, even bits of ash. Damn. The sunlight is going through the windows. The fire must reach them before it put out.
Arcanum.
traces evocation in a bunch of different spots around the room. I think the perp threw a bunch of fire-based evocation spells around to start the fire. And the Kingsguard used a bunch of water-based evocation spells to put it out before the fire spread. That makes sense. That knowledge in mind, there's nothing out of the ordinary here. There's a trace of abjuration magic in the center of the room. Do the traces overlap with the body? Kind of. It's sort of square-shaped? Square-shaped? I can't see the traces, but there also seems to be a square-shaped outline around the body. You're right. They overlap perfectly. The area inside the square is a lot less burnt now that I look at it. I'm not sure what to do with this information, but it's definitely worth taking note of. The traces of abjuration magic that form a perfect square around the body. The area within the square seems far less burnt too. There's a trace of evocation magic near the body. That matches his autopsy report. Murderer must have hit him with an evocation spell. Damn! Was he just standing over him? And, found everything you can about Von Sanctus's murder. Interesting that they give me that signposting. Alright, Eris, get out here. This is where I talked to you before. It's staring into my soul. I think that this is the closest we've come to Phoenix Wright humor. Of, the main character being a little bit too obsessive with the creepiness of an inanimate object. And stop looking at it. As you move your attention away from the grotesque sculpture, you spot the Crown Prince. What is on my foot? Just wind? Just the wind? He is sitting on the bench, guarded by some knights from the Kingsguard. His brow is furrowed, and he seems to be deep in thought. God, I wish I were thought. What? Who said that? Oh, Mr. Cuthbert. And Miss McCoy, too. What are you still doing here? We're trying to investigate what happened. You were looking around, we just happened to find you here. I see. Are you okay? Yes. I was just thinking how unfortunate this ordeal has been. Just remember, fire eats air. Yep. Fire consumes oxygen. I do hope Miss Steelwind is taking this well. Right. She is his fiancée, after all. He must be extremely worried about her. We're trying to figure out what exactly happened. Do you mind if we ask you some questions? I see. Well, I'll do whatever I can to help. I'll do whatever I can to help. I don't know my accent sometimes. You said that you two were investigating the murders. You weren't planning to defend Miss Steelwind, were you? If she would have me. She may be a competent prosecutor, but I have far more experience defending clients. Unfortunately, I think the situation is more complicated than that. What do you mean? Several house leaders died today. We can't release this information to the public. Not after the news of William Frager's death has already been spread. In the course of 2 months, we've lost not one, but 3 members of the Pillar families. But the trial has to happen soon, or else the magical traces left will disappear. From what I've heard, we will be holding a trial, but it will be handled privately and internally. And I'm sorry to say that, you won't be permitted to serve in such a trial. Right. The majority of the nobility hates me, after all. Would you be able to pull some strings, Aster? I'm sorry. I'd like nothing more than to give you the opportunity to represent her. But I clearly have a personal attachment to this case. If I try to tip the trial in her favor, it will only harm her chances more. Right. I see what you mean. But even if we can't help her during the trial, we can still investigate the crimes on her behalf. Yes, I would really appreciate that. If new evidence is found, perhaps we can exonerate Mrs. Steelwind of the charges against her. After everything that's happened, I really need to know, why were so many nobles gathered in one place anyway? All 4 of the Pillar families were present. I understand if you don't want to tell me, but this information could be vital in figuring out what really happened. No, I see your point. The truth is, we all gathered to mourn the death of my father, King Olivier de Wyvern the Ninth. Death of the king? Well, I can't believe Olivier died in Case 5 of Tyrion Cuthbert, Attorney of the Arcane. He'll be returning shortly. Wait, the king is dead? Yes. We wanted to avoid releasing this information to the public so close to the death of William Frege. My father has been ill for quite some time, so we were prepared for this. Or, at least I thought I was. I also lost my mother when I was quite young, but it's still a little hard to take in. I'm sorry. You have my condolences. Thank you. But if King Olivier is dead, that would make you... Yes, you currently stand before King Asta de Wyvern, ruler of our kingdom. I can imagine he's putting on a brave face, but it's a very fragile, it's like... Yes! Hail to the king, baby! Considering everything that's happened, he seems less than thrilled about it. And I suppose that explains why all these nobles were gathered. Never even got a portrait. William Frege got one, but not the king. You know what he looks like in our... Well, he probably won't be blonde. Man. Yeah, this is Lucio Steelwind. There's Eris, that's Sybil. Yeah, we don't know what the king looked like. They came under the guise of paying their respects, but it's clearly they all wanted to get closer to the new King of Wyvern. I think the Freges were the only ones who genuinely came in to give their condolences. Damn. Speaking of the Freges, I think you need to know. I saw Beatrice before I was knocked out. Oh dear. I think she may have been the one that killed Garrick Pierce. Why would she be there? I'm sorry. I know she's your friend, but we already know she's not above committing murder. I see. I suppose if you're saying it, it must be so. But what possible reason would she have to be involved in something like this? I'm not sure yet, but I plan to find out. The king better watch his head. He'd be a high priority target for targeting nobles. The king is or was officially in the same importance tier as Justin Wei, not less so. Ouch to the former king. True enough. Off screens and no portrait. Damn. So Aster is fine. You're damn right he's fine. Oh wait, you're talking about if he's okay. Yeah, he's also okay. By the way, where were you during the murders? I remember you left with Steelwind when Celeste and I arrived at the cathedral. Ah, yes. Steelwind and I left to speak with High Speaker Arceus in his quarters. What was your meeting about? It was actually about our wedding. With my father's death, old Steelwind wanted to finally make our union official. Oh, I would congratulate you two, but considering the circumstances, I understand, and I appreciate your words nonetheless. Anyways, how long did this meeting last? I believe we spoke with him until 1:40 p.m. But Von Sanctus died at 2:05 p.m. That means she began a rampage less than half an hour after that meeting. Was there anything off about her behavior? Now that you mention it, something about her demeanor changed. We were speaking of the wedding when she abruptly left. I asked her where she was going, but she ignored me. That sounds similar to what happened when Celeste bought her. There's no way she was affected by Mage Blight. 11:15-11:40, Aster de Wyvern and Arya Steelwind spoke with Higher Speaker Theon Arceus about their upcoming wedding. At 1:40 p.m., Steelwind abruptly left the meeting and didn't answer Aster when asked where she was going. Yeah. Does someone mention the Does someone mention the lilies blooming in autumn? I'm trying to come up with some kind of sleeper agent phrase. I don't even know if lilies bloom in autumn, which would make it even more of a sleeper phrase when you think about it. I honestly didn't think about much of it at the time. Now, did anyone ask her to do something with the phrase, "Would you kindly"? I'm quite used to her giving me the cold shoulder. Right. It's possible that the Steelwind the witness saw wasn't actually real. Does this mean the Steelwind that attended the meeting was also a fake? Anyways, what happened after your meeting with High Speaker? Did you see Steelwind after that? Actually, I found myself caught up in something else entirely. At 2 p.m., I went to pay my respects at my father's coffin. But apparently, someone had set up a magical trap there. What? It was a glyph of contingency. Casting the spell, the caster must choose another spell they know. The caster casts the spell, but the contingent spell doesn't come into effect. Instead, it takes effect when a certain condition specified by the caster is fulfilled. The contingent spell takes effect immediately when that condition is filled. Interesting. Did someone set up a cage when Aster got close to the coffin? That's my guess. Let's see if I am on the money. I've heard of that spell. It's like a trap you can set, and you can infuse any spell into it. But it requires a second contingent spell to place that trap. Which spell was it? It was Force Cage, targeting me. I was 100% right! Look at that! Was the murderer trying to attack Aster too? I don't think so. They would have used a more lethal spell if they wanted to. But from the sounds of it, Force Cage can't be dispelled. So Aster would have been trapped inside of it for that full hour. We think the murderer used this as a distraction. Because of that trap, the Kingsguard consolidated most of their attention and forces on my location. As a result, there were fewer people guarding Von Sanctus, Sybil, and Pierce. And the ones that were gathered, they all fell comatose. They can't tell us what happened to them. The trapped king. At 2 p.m., Aster de Wyvern went to pay his respects at his father's coffin. Unbeknownst to him, however, it was a glyph of contingency set to trap him inside a forced cage. The trap triggered, and Aster was trapped in the magical cage for restoration. This caused the Kingsguard to consolidate their forces at Aster's location, As a result, Lloyd von Sanctus, Coraline Sybil, and Garrick Pierce were left with far fewer guards defending them. Fascinating. What type of magic was it? That's a lot of magic. So it's evocation, contagion, and the duration is 24 hours, but it casted for a scale, which is 1 hour. Fascinating. So someone could have cast this contingency a full day before Aster went on there. Don't know what to do with this information, but it is information. And yet another inexplicable event is added to the list. After everything you've learned, you highly doubt that Steelwind was affected by Mage Blight. So someone must be behind what happened. But who? And why? He told me everything he knows. You probably didn't witness much after he was trapped by the Force Cage. Move somewhere else. Well, this is where someone yeeted Sybil. Hippity hoppity, get off this property. Woo! This is where the murderers threw Sybil's body in the lake. Oh, hello there. As you arrive in the area, you catch the attention of an old man nearby. I'm keeping my eye on you, old man. It's the Curl Pope, but he's not dancing. From his garb, he appears to be someone who works at the cathedral. I don't believe we've met before. What are you doing here? Sorry for the intrusion. I'm Tyrion Cuthbert, and this is my bodyguard, Celeste McCoy. We're investigating the murders on behalf of Prosecutor Steelwind. Tyrion Cuthbert, I have heard of you. He doesn't look nearly as criminal as I expected him to be. Judging from his thoughts, he probably hasn't heard many good things about you. Well, forgive my rudeness. I am Theon Arceus, High Seeker of the Church of Bahamut. And murderer of a bunch of nobles. So you're the one who saw Steelwind here before during the murders. Do you mind if we ask you some questions? He scans you warily. I suppose there would be no harm in that. We heard that you saw the prosecutor acting strangely here. Could you tell us more about what you saw? Did it look like she was having a psychotic episode? I wouldn't go that far, but she was certainly acting strangely. How did you come across her? Well, I was on my way to the prayer room. I always recite prayers from a draconic text around that time. Wait, he was heading to the prayer room? When I saw her, I first thought she was just enjoying the view of the lake. I was about to greet her, but when I approached her, I saw that she was throwing something off the edge of the balcony. No mention of a meeting. Could it be that whoever spoke with Aster and Steelwind was a different person? Or is this a different person? You must have seen her dumping Sybil's body. You're probably correct. I came to the same conclusion after they found that poor woman's body below us. Although... What is it? I only saw it for a second, so perhaps I'm wrong. But Lady Sybil was wearing much brighter colors this morning. Whatever Lady Steelwind threw in the lake, it looked much darker. Well, I mean, if Sybil's body was charred up, that would make her a lot darker in pigment. I'm sorry, I can't really explain it. I just realized my Theanarchius voice is probably based off of the priest from Snapcube's Sonic 06 dub, and that's freaking hilarious. Perhaps I was just seeing things. My eyes aren't as good as they used to be after all. It could have just been a trick of the light. So, the Anarchist was on his way to the prayer room to recite his prayers. On his way there, he spotted Arya Steelwind throwing something off the west balcony. He wasn't able to see what she threw, but after Coraline Sybil's body was found in Lake Galacrond, he assumed the object must have been Sybil's body. However, could have sworn that he saw something darker, but he's still not sure. Sybil did know stone skin, or charring. Either one would probably be darker than the original look. Yep, being covered in soot would not be very bright. Wait, if you saw Arya dumping Lady Sybil's body, she must have just murdered her. That must means you must have been heading to where we were at the time. Oh, were you praying there with Lord Pierce? Not exactly. Maybe praying for the encounter to be over as soon as possible. Am I right? What? That's not what the guards told me. The guards? Do you mean the ones standing watch outside the prayer room? Yes, they told me that Pierce was praying with some acquaintances of his. They said the same thing to Lady Steelwind as well. Wait, Steelwind was there too? Yes, she appeared to be waiting for something. But anyways, I didn't want to disturb them, so I went back to my quarters to pray there. The High Speaker didn't see her fighting Celeste. She must have started her attack after he left. But why would she bother waiting? This is getting out of hand, man. Either way, we can't exactly question those guards. Yeah, they're still comatose after the attack. The Anarchist was on his way to the prayer room to recite his prayers. On his way there, he spotted Arya Steelwind throwing something off the west balcony. He wasn't able to see what she threw, but after Coraline Sybil's body was found in Lake Galacrond, he assumed the in the prayer room, but was turned away by the knights guarding it. What does it mean? Actually, the High Speaker's quarters aren't that far away from the prayer room. How did you not hear anything? It must have been because of the magical wards in my room. Magical wards? Are they there for security reasons? Not exactly. I actually suffer from chronic insomnia. Even the smallest sound will wake me up at night. Years ago, I had some mages enchant the walls, so sound couldn't travel through them. I can't hear anything from outside the room once I shut my door. That does sound awfully convenient, but you doubt that he'd lie about something that you could so easily verify. Either way, you should make a note of this. Supposedly, the Anarchist suffers from chronic insomnia and can be woken by the smallest sound. As such, the walls of the High Speaker's quarters are completely soundproof once he closes the door. This should explain why Arceus didn't hear the fight between Celeste McCoy and Arya Steelwind. Got some real, Stan Lee jamming out while there's a big destructive fight going on behind him. Or, for a gaming example, Mead Highwind just being engrossed in a book while we're fighting a panda. No, not a panda. Biblos behind him. A panda comes later. This balcony provides a perfect view of Lake Galcron. A lot of people came here when the cathedral was in the public. Some sort of debris on the ground. It appears to be some kind of gravel. Interesting. A military stronghold in the distance. They must be able to see a lot of things from high up.
Arcanum.
Oh, there are traces of transmutation on the pieces of this debris. I don't play the spell specifically targeted or created whenever this came from, but I doubt someone created these bits of gravel. Must have broken off from something else. You found some bits of Earth-like debris near the westward balcony. They have traces of transmutation magic on them. This also happens to be where Theon Arceus saw Steelwind dumping Coraline Sybil's body. Hey! The stone skin theory now has a lot more credibility to it. James, you might be onto something. Alright, let's move somewhere else. Alright, so anything new in the prayer room? Or nah. Alright, we already done the balcony, the room. Okay, so now we can go to the Inquisition dungeon. Oh no, we don't need to.
Arcanum.
I'm pretty sure that at no point has examining the detention center been part of the investigation. She attacked a member of the royal family and killed several nobles. What else is there to investigate? The laws are clear about what we must do. We should execute her immediately. Alaric, the situation is of far too much import to make such rash decisions. We need to approach this calmly and carefully. As you return to the nave, you spot the young prince in argument with that nobleman you saw earlier. Now you think of it, you still have no idea who he is. Oh, it's you two, Your Highness. And I don't think we've been introduced. Huh. What? I see you're still as insolent as ever. You stand before Sir Remus Vigile, Archduke and Royal Advisor to the Wyvern throne. Oh, what did he actually say? The Royal Visor. Now, if he said Vizier, that would have covered it. I believe it means Royal Advisor. Remus Virgiling, Royal Advisor. Alright, let's see who we got going on here. Archduke. You didn't even know the Kingdom of Wyvern had a title like that. Why haven't you ever heard of him before? Why are you two still here anyways? I thought the cathedral was closed for the investigation. We are investigating what happened on behalf of Prosecutor Steelwind. I see. Anyways, I have much to attend to. I'll be taking my leave, and I'm in very much of a hurry. I have to watch my stories. I left the stove on. I left my television on the stove. You sense a tinge of anxiety. Is he avoiding you? Actually, since we have you here, we have some questions for you. Get over here! The both of you? Huh. You should know your place, knave. Your Grace, where were you when the murders took place? That rhymed! Just what are you trying to insinuate? Please, Alaric. There's no need for that. To answer your question, I was speaking with Lady Frega's familiar. Tracker? No. The other Frega. It was the demon who calls himself Marunath. What? Why would you want to speak with him? He was actually the one that sent for me. According to him, he had some information that was of great import to me. You didn't make a contract with him, did you? Of course not. What kind of desperate fool do you take me for? No, we gave the information he had freely. But why would he do that? Why? Demons are supposedly always trying to trick humans into making deals with them. Looking back, it must have been a distraction. What a fool I was. I knew he was playing with me. But I knew he couldn't tell lies, and all the information he had was too important to ignore. If you don't mind me asking, what was the information about? I'm sorry, but I can't reveal without what he told me. It makes me sad and worried. It could endanger people that I care about. Rest assured, I doubt it has anything to do with the massacre. Oh, I'm sure. It exists, therefore it's important. Your Grace, we've only just met. I can't exactly take your word for it. I suppose that's fair. But believe me when I say that I plan to take this information to my grave. That's ominous. But he's clearly intent on keeping their conversation a secret. And meanwhile, the writers of Tyrion Cuthbert are like, oh, you'll take it to your grave? Haha, bet. Anyways, several members of the King's Guard were watching us. They can verify my alibi. How long did this conversation last? I arrived to speak with him at 1:50 p.m. and I didn't leave until 3:10 p.m. Alright, Vergile's alibi. The demon Marnath called Archduke Remus Vergile to meet with him at 1:50 p.m. He apparently had very important information that Vergile couldn't ignore. Vergile spoke with Marnath until 3:10 p.m. The members of the King's Guard guarding the demon can verify this. So, he was unaccounted for during the time frame of the murders. But why would Marnath go to the trouble of distracting him in the first place? Whoever orchestrated this also used a force cage to trap Aster. Were they trying to distract the forces in the cathedral? Or were they trying to keep certain people out of the crossfire? Either way, it's clear that Beatrice has a lot to answer for. Your Highness, we heard the prosecutor cast a spell on you when you saw the fire in the common room. Can you tell us more about what happened? I can't believe she attacked a member of the royal family. She was completely irresponsible with her magic. I understand your feelings about this, but we can't say for certain that she inflicted mage blight on herself. We don't even know if it was actually her. I saw her with my own eyes. Plenty of other people did too. Either way, where did this happen? It was on the path outside the common room. The path outside the common room, you say? Oh, this way. I saw smoke coming from the building, and I saw Steelwind walking away from it. So it must have been after she murdered Von Sanctus. I have a feeling I already know the answer, but was she behaving erratically? No, she very deliberately cast a spell on me. Which once again implies that Mage Blight wasn't behind this. Do you know which spell she cast on you? I'm not sure. I've never been affected by a spell like that before. The magical traces on him. We know that it was a transmutation spell. Transmutation spells manipulate and change physical matter. It's scary to think about what they might do to a human body. Are you sure he's okay? Lord Asclepius inspected him, and he didn't appear to have any lasting injuries. We're hoping the spell's effects were only temporary. Can you describe what you felt while you were affected by it? That might help us identify which spell it was. Well, I was extremely dazed, and my ears were ringing. My vision was also partially blurred. It was as if my mind was in some sort of fog. Whenever I tried to speak, I couldn't even form the words in my mouth. I could only make grunting sounds. I couldn't walk either, so I had to crawl on the floor. I'm sorry you had to go through that. That must have been traumatic. Oh. What kind of transmutation spell would do that to him? Had to be something that affected his senses. You already told us that she wasn't acting erratically, but was there anything off about her demeanor? I only saw her for a moment, but she was definitely different than usual. She was completely emotionless. Yeah, that's exactly what she was like when I fought her too. It's like she was an arcane construct. Her movements were almost robotic. Wait, are there any arcane constructs on the cathedral grounds? No. Not for the lack of trying on Lord Von Sanctus's part. I speak, and I have specifically forbidden the staff here from using them. You're really convenient if all this was done using a construct. Although you're a little tired of seeing them in your cases. So I'm just going to explode all uses of arcane constructs in this case with mind. Anyways, was anyone else around when Steelwind cast that transmutation spell on you? No, she moved away quickly after she incapacitated me. And even if someone was around, I don't think I could have seen them anyways. Alaric, the Wyvern God, saw Arya Steelwind exiting the common room. He saw that a fire had started there. When he asked Steelwind what was going on, she cast a transmutation spell on him. Still blurred his vision and put him in a daze. His ears were ringing, and he was unable to speak or walk properly. Strangely, no one saw him while he was in this state. Commander White also said that he was surprised no one saw the prince until after the spell wore off. What happened to him? That covers Alaric's account of what happened. We even got the Archduke's statement too. There's still one last person we still need to speak to, Arya. She and Beatrice supposedly had no memories of what happened. If it were only Beatrice saying that, I'd probably doubt it. If Steelman also doesn't have any memories, it became a lot more credible. She definitely has a missing piece we need to put this together. Are you going to the dungeon to speak to her? I am. Wonderful. I'll be accompanying you. What? As a royal advisor, I have a vested interest in the investigation. While I trust Lucia to leave no stone unturned, I hear you have quite the talent for seeing what the crown cannot. Well, it's not as if you have the authority to stop him. You still don't know him that well. Need to be wary of what you say in front of him. We just have to move the Inquisition dungeon. You arrive at the dungeon and see the prosecutor sitting in a holding cell. She seems extremely stressed. It's as if she's trying to figure something out. Mr. Cuthbert, and Your Grace. Steelwing gives a wary look to the Archduke. How are you doing? As best as I can, all things considered. What brings you here? We are trying to investigate everything that happened. I see. What you worried about there, Steelwind? I was wondering if you could answer some of our questions. Steelwind, I know your situation is pretty grim right now. But you know you can trust me. You're not the person I'm worried about. In this moment, I don't even know if I can trust myself. What? We heard that you don't have any memories of what happened. Is that true? It is. No matter how much I try, I can't recall anything. What is the last thing you remember? I believe I was leaving my meeting with the High Speaker and His Majesty. After the meeting, I was planning to return to the nave to speak with my father, but I suddenly felt extremely nauseous. I thought some fresh air might help me feel better, so I went to the balcony. The one over Lake Galgrund. Yes, that one. Last thing I remember was losing consciousness as I looked through the lake. And did you cast any magic before this happened? No. I didn't. Are you sure you don't remember anything after that? I don't. All I remember is waking up to the sound of someone sobbing. It was Celeste. She was crying over your unconscious body, Mr. Cuthbert. Aw, that's sweet in a morbid way. Arya Steelwind has no memories of what happened after she left her meeting with Theon Arceus and Master of the Wyvern Guard. After she left the meeting, she began heading to the nave to meet with her father. However, she suddenly felt nauseous and went to the western balcony. She lost consciousness soon after. She later regained consciousness in the prayer room when she heard Celeste McCoy crying over your unconscious body. She did not cast any magic before she fell unconscious. I have no idea how to connect all these plot points. I feel like we completely ruled out Mageblight. So I doubt that's why you can't remember anything. Are there any spells that can specifically modify or destroy people's memories? It would certainly explain a lot of this. No. Arcane spells can only affect the physical world. But throughout history, mages have attempted to develop spells that could affect the mind. There's no recorded history of any of them succeeding. Well, you're assuming that arcane spells are the only type of magic that exist. What? I think you've observed it already. The magical creatures in this world that don't use arcane magic. Isn't that right, Mr. Cuthbert? What? Does he know about the Eye of Horus? I'm not sure what you're trying to imply. Don't take me for a fool. Several of my associates attended Frega's trial, and they all heard what the demon referred to you as Heavensborn. If I had learned that Lumina had anything to do with this, Your Grace, I am not an agent of the Theocracy. And even if what you're saying is true, I wasn't the one who manipulated Steelwind's memories. And I suppose you raise a good point. If something affected Steelwind's memories, it wasn't necessarily an arcane spell. Could have been one knocked out the dudes also. In fact, could have been an arcane spell. There's definitely something else. You're probably right. This proves that I'm responsible for the murders. Nani? You just said that you don't have any memories of what happened. Why are you so convinced that you're responsible for this? And I told the Inquisition already. I saw Beatrice before he passed out. She's clearly involved in this somehow. There's more to this than you realize, Mr. Cuthbert. For the past few months, the Inquisition and I have been investigating a string of seemingly unrelated murders. During each of those cases, we will apprehend the perpetrator without issue. But there was always something off about them during questioning. The murders were always abnormally gruesome and passionate, and each of the perpetrators said the same thing. They all said that they had no choice. No choice? Cases like this have been occurring throughout Wyvern Guard. Very little connects the perpetrators to each other. All except one thing. Each of them acted as if someone had controlled them against their will. They were probably just desperate. Most murderers try to make excuses after they're caught. They could even just be in complete denial. Orem said the same thing. These cases were far too similar for me to ignore. I wondered if they were telling the truth. Perhaps each of these murders was committed by an unknown party. I didn't have any concrete evidence, but I knew I was getting closer to something. Steelwind, I don't want to be rude, but this sounds completely insane. You don't even have any physical evidence to prove these murders are connected. There's one piece of evidence, but it's hardly concrete. But it does tie to each of these cases together. She takes out a small parchment from her pocket and shows it to you. It's a purple symbol. Several of the people he arrested had an item with this symbol on it. None of them can remember where it came from, or even what it was. They all somehow knew that it was called the Purple Mark. I mean, it's purple and it's a mark. But there has to be an explanation for all this. It could just be some esoteric superstition that we don't know about. If that's true, then ask yourself one thing. Where did I get this parchment from? You don't mean I found it in my pocket after I was properly confined? Whoever I've been chasing must have left it there to taunt me. For all I know, they could have controlled my body and forced me to draw this symbol myself. Either way, this all but proves the massacre at the cathedral is related to it. Anyway, some sort of strange symbol. Arya Steelwind calls it the Purple Mark. She thinks that's something to do with a relation to her mind-controlled conspiracy. Supposedly, this mark has been found at the scenes where several gruesome murders throughout life occurred. Arya felt she was getting close to the truth. When she regained consciousness in the massacre, she found a paper with the symbol in her pocket. I don't want to dismiss what you said, but this definitely won't hold up in court. Nor should it. If my mind has been compromised, I can't take the risk of leaving this dungeon. Otherwise, I could end up harming more people. Wait, are you planning to spend the rest of your life in prison? If that is what's necessary to keep everyone safe. What about Aster? Weren't you two supposed to be married soon? He's the king now, and you can't rule Wyvern alongside him from a holding cell. You're correct, but he's always been a remarkable person. He should have no problem finding another suitress. And it's killing her inside. It's tearing up my heart when I'm with you. And when we are apart, I feel it too. You feel an overwhelming sadness emanating from her as she says that. Arya. No. What? You're not going to sacrifice everything for someone else's actions. Mr. Cuthbert, I'm not going to risk more lives. If I were to hurt His Majesty, I would never be able to forgive myself. Please don't ask that of me. Oh, Steelman is going to throw everything away after she cares about the greater good. She's not the one responsible. You can't let her resign herself to a fate like this. Huh. Do I not need to build up a profile? Okay. And it's argument time, baby! Get on that social media! Steelman, are you seriously just going to throw your life away? Steelman acts for the greater good of the kingdom. Regardless of the amount of suffering she must endure in doing so, she's deeply in love with Aster and will do anything to protect him. However, she's still a rational person and will be receptive to logical arguments. If it were necessary, I would give my life for this kingdom. If someone controlled my actions today, they can and will do so again. And as long as that possibility exists, I can't trust myself. It's not the issue here. If someone else is responsible for what happened, we need to find out who they are. They're still out there. You understand what you're saying? That you'll lose everything if you just let this happen. Let's assume this person can continue to do so. You know how this mind control works. We can't just drop this without finding out what really happened. Threaten is not logical enough. If there's someone else responsible for what happened, then we need to find out who they are. They're still out there. Assuming this person can... You can't just talk without finding out what really happened. Doubt? That's assuming this person can continue to do so. You haven't found any evidence to prove your theory. You don't know how this mind control works. We don't have enough information. We can't just drop this without finding out what really happened. Hey! Because deflection just doesn't seem to be Steelwind's style. I suppose you're right. But I doubt there was any goal to this. The person responsible for this was just a sadistic killer. I've been investigating these murders for months. Never been able to find any personal clues as to who the perpetrator is. There's no way to connect them to this. Whoever did this was a sadistic individual who wanted to cause as much suffering as possible. Wait, what? Okay. Excuse me? The perpetrator wasn't as aimless as you think. This proves it. What? Okay. Oh, the purple mark would say something. Okay. What's going to prove that the person responsible was just a sadistic killer? Okay, what proves this? Yeah, what proves that the killer had some other motive? I don't even know where to start with this. I really thought the purple mark was like an indication that there's a greater conspiracy going on. There are several instances of the killer not... Oh my goodness. Pardon me. Need a stretch. Big stretch. Ugh. There are just several instances that the killer did not make Steelwind kill somebody. Is it because of the trapped king? Yo, chat, you got any inclinations on what proves that this person wasn't just a sadistic killer? Because I am at a legitimate loss. I'm gonna be completely honest. What proves that the person responsible wasn't a sadistic killer? Oh, here we go. It's clear the murderer wanted to frame Ari and leave as much evidence as possible. Okay. That was the only piece of evidence that pointed towards an ulterior motive. trapped king? Okay. I'll admit, I was kind of given a good stump in there, but I guess let's see what the logic is behind this. You know, maybe I should pay attention more to the psychological profile and realize that Aster was the core of all this. Whoever did this had very specific targets in mind. Both Prince Alaric and the High Speaker saw you when the murders were being committed. Not to mention, they set a trap for Aster. What? Let's assume that someone was controlling you. They wouldn't have left Alaric, Arceus, or Aster alive if they were trying to kill as many people as possible. I suppose you have a point there. Even so, that hardly narrows things down. If someone was controlling me, they wouldn't need to enter the cathedral to use me. The perpetrator didn't need to enter the cathedral to commit the murders. Perhaps you're right, and the perpetrator only wanted to murder 3 victims. There's plenty of people who might want to see those 3 dead. The perpetrator didn't need to enter the cathedral to commit those murders. Alright. Plenty of people who might want to see those 3 dead. What evidence do I put in here? Perhaps you're right, the perpetrator only wanted to murder 3 victims. There's plenty of people when the perpetrator didn't need to enter the cathedral. So, what do I say? That the perpetrator didn't need to enter the cathedral to commit the murders. So I have to prove that they did need to enter the cathedral. I think this is the first time in this playthrough where I have been completely stumped as to what I'm even supposed. I don't even have a whiff of a hint of the logic behind winning this argument. I'll just have to look carefully at my evidence again. Chat, you got any sense for me to follow? about their upcoming wedding. At 1:40 p.m., Steelwind abruptly left the meeting and didn't ask her when he asked where she was going. The perpetrator didn't need to enter the cathedral to commit the murders. I have no idea what I'm trying to show right now. Choose another spell that they know. Caster cast that spell, but the contingent spell doesn't come into effect. Instead, it takes effect a certain condition. The contingent spell takes effect immediately when that condition is fulfilled. Magic, Strike True, Foresight, Slowfall, Mage Blade. Maybe it's a spell? Maybe they needed to enter the cathedral in order to cast the Glyph of Contingency? Perhaps? Send message. Then what else? Familiar Bond, Slate-shaped liquid. I don't think profiles are going to mean anything. Alright, I'm just gonna see about if... There's one thing you're overlooking. Before the murder wow! I can't believe I actually nailed that on the first try! Before the murders started, someone trapped Aster within a force cage using Glyph of Contingency. But they didn't harm him. It's probably a distraction. I really need to figure out what it is that I am proving. Even so, this gives us two very important clues. The first is that whoever did this is capable of casting those two spells. This means that the perpetrator was a mage. That's true. The second clue is the most important one. Whoever set that trap for Aster, they did so within 24 hours of it triggering. This means that the perpetrator must have been someone who attended the funeral. So it was one of them. This narrows down our list of suspects substantially. There's a chance we can identify who did this. And if they really did control your actions, we can find a way to prevent them from doing so again. Steelwind, you need to fight this. I can't. What? Why not? Fighting this will put people... If we pursue an individual like this, they might retaliate even more than they already have. They wanted to remove me from my position. How will they react if I try to resist? They might hurt even more people and send a message. It's far too dangerous. We can't back down in the face of injustice. We let the perpetrator get away with this. We're letting them know their actions will go unanswered. Whoever did this had to grow far bigger than you, and you have no guarantee they'll stop there. Who will they target next? Your father? The king? I doubt someone like that would go this far. They might decide to lay low and wait for things to die down. I want to say threaten, because her psychological profile says she's deeply in love with Aster and will do anything to protect him. So I'm like, hey, they might go after Aster next. But the thing is, logically speaking, they didn't target Aster, so he's probably safe. But if I doubt, they might decide to lay low and wait for things to die down. That's a little bit too relaxed. We can't back them and we let the perpetrator go. We let them know that their actions will go unanswered. So, Steelwind acts for the greater good of the kingdom, regardless of the amount of suffering she must endure. Incorrect. Okay, so it was Aster. Whoever did this had a goal far bigger than you. You have no guarantee that they'll stop there. Why do I never follow my first inclination? 3 nobles died today, and 2 of them were near the top of the political hierarchy. What if they decide to go after more victims? Who will they target next? Your father? The king? The thought of Aster becoming harmed, she's worried about it and it angers her. We need to catch them before they do more harm. I know you're frightened about what might happen to the people close to you, but we can't let someone that dangerous get away with this. Well, it's a good thing I wasn't checking out chat, because I managed to figure this all out. Which is because if I'm completely at a loss, I'll ask for chat. But I kind of got these inclinations. Exactly. You put it that way, I suppose I have no other choice, do I? Argument 1! Never realized it before, Mr. Cuthbert. What? You really have a bad habit of butting your nose in other people's business, don't you? Yeah, I suppose I do. Well, you're right. We can't let this go. I'll find a way to dispute this, somehow. Thank you, Mr. Cuthbert. And I think we've known each other long enough. You don't need to be so formal. Yeah! Hey, I've successfully argued against Steelwind how many times by now? It's just Tuesday for me. Perhaps I misjudged you. I know we agreed to fight this, but what is it? You're the most qualified attorney in the nobility. You'll definitely be able to make a case for yourself. As you probably know, House Sybil controls the legislative and judicial branches of our kingdom, and they've nominated my father as the prosecutor for my trial. Nanny? No one believes my theory of mind control. Everyone believes I overspent my magic and gave myself mage blight. As a result, they blamed House Steelwind for Coraline Sybil's death. Now, the only way for him to redeem House Steelwind is to convict me and sentence me to death. But he's your father! There's no way he would... This isn't the first time something like this has happened. When I was a child, my mother accidentally overused her magic and induced mage blight within herself. In a resulting psychotic episode, she massacred an entire village of commoners. No. House Steelwind almost lost everything after that. To redeem himself, my father personally oversaw my mother's trial and her execution. My father values his duty to Wyvern Guard over everything else. Nothing matters more to him than that. Not even his family. I want to have confidence in myself, but I don't know if I can face him like this. Mr. Cuthbert, what is your stake in all this? What? You hate the nobility, don't you? So why are you so intent on helping Miss Steelwind? Out of all arguments, this took most health off me. Mostly because I was the most stubborn about doing this without assistance. Normally, I just camp on chat and say, alright, what's the answer? Kowalski analysis. But this time, I just felt it. I felt that I could get it. And besides, I had enough health banked anyway. Where, I could duff it one time. Because she's innocent. I know she is. She would never be irresponsible enough to give herself mage blight. Mr. Cuthbert, it doesn't matter if she's a noble or a commoner. She's being oppressed by the system, and she deserves a fair trial. Well said. What? I, Remus Virgile, hereby grant you the privilege to serve as Miss Steelwind's counsel. Wait, really? I will be acting as the judge and arbiter of Miss Steelwind's trial. It is within my right to grant such permissions. Wait a minute. So in the last trial, our opposition is going to be Lucio Steelwind, and the judge is going to be Remus Virgile. interesting. Thank you. But why would you... Do you think I've made a mistake? No, of course not. I'll serve as Steelwind's attorney. If she will have me. Of course. There's no one else I would trust more with this. And please, you've done a lot for me already. You don't have to be so formal. Call me by my first name. Celeste is already taken to doing that. But since you'll be defending me, you'll probably need this. Ah, our spell compendium. Mend wounds, firebolt, shape liquid, dispel magic, steel wind, strike. That's awesome, that goes hard. Detect magic, polymorph, and hold creature. The caster launches a fiery projectile that's hot enough to inflict third-degree burns. This projectile can travel 120 feet without collision before its magic dissipates. Once it collides with something, it will set objects ablaze as it's flammable. The caster completely restricts the movements of the target. While concentrating on this spell, the target will be unable to move any part of their body. Even subtle movements, such as the gestures required to cast certain spells, are impossible. As a result, the target will also be unable to move their mouth to speak. The caster strikes targets of their choice within a 40-foot radius with a slashing force. Each slash has the might and power of a mage blade and can cut through the thick metal armor. It's the ultimate spell of House Steelwind, and its spell formula is a closely guarded secret. Polymorph. The caster transforms the target within 30 feet of them into an animal. The animal can be any creature that fit within a 2x2x2 foot cube. For the duration, the target's senses and intellect will also be changed to the action of the animal they are transformed to. Dispel magic. Choose any magical effect within 120 feet. The spell that is creating the effect immediately ends unless the targeted spell is immune to being dispelled. However, this only ends the spell's effects. It does not undo the effects of the spell. For example, dispelling a shaped liquid on an affected liquid will only prevent the caster from further manipulating the liquid. It will not unfreeze the liquid or change its shape back to normal. Interesting. Genuine smiles on Arya's face is so adorable. Wait! Arya smiled and I completely skipped over it. Then it's settled. Behold the trial at my home, the city of the Dawn. The Dawn? I've never heard of that place. Speak with Lucio. He knows the location well. Before you can ask any more questions, the Archduke leaves without a word. He really has a bad habit of just walking away from conversations. But I guess we should consider ourselves lucky. Even if it's unorthodox, the situation will let us approach this like any other trial. You had no idea what you were in for when you agreed to this. And what proceeded next will be unlike any trial you've ever been in. But even so, you've persevered as you've always done in the name of justice, regardless of what you'd have to sacrifice to do so. So, is there gonna be just one trial? Or is this gonna be another investigation and another trial after that? I just want to know what I'm in for and how much oil I'm going to be burning tonight to get through this trial. This case. By the way, I'm out of certain resources, so I'll probably I'll seat myself in for the long haul and get myself ready with some fuel and hydration. I'll go ahead and yep. So I don't know if the next trial is going to be the last one in this game, or if it's just going to be one of many, but I will be back in a little bit. Who wants to hear some cursed knowledge about Kingdom Hearts 1? Lay it on us. Let's get into this. Episode 5-3. So, I was told that we can get through this case within one stream if we burn some oil. We'll just have to see if this is the last episode, or maybe the rest of the episodes are just very fast. Tyrion, we're definitely lost. Oh, you follow Lord Steelman's directions to the letter. It appears you found yourself in the ruins of an old city rather than the estate of the Archduke. I don't understand. This should be the place. The map even has the giant tree north of here. This can't be the city of Ladon that Virgil A. mentioned. Doesn't look like anyone's lived here for centuries. But Lord Steelman's directions were pretty straightforward, so why are we... Wait a minute. Did he give us the wrong location on purpose? Lace, what kind of dishonorable cretin do you take me for? Lord Steelman? What are you two standing around for? The trial will be starting shortly. He's not alone either. He's flanked by a division of the King's Guard in Aria. But it's difficult to tell if they're escorting her or keeping watch over her. You can see one of the knights channeling a spell over Aria. Must be an anti-magic field. Even now, she must still be worried about someone taking control of her mind. Wait, this is where we'll be hosting the trial? Yes, the Archduke has always been sentimental about this place. And I doubt a normal courtroom would have enough space. What? I really don't know what possessed him to trust you. It's a miracle he's even taking part in this at all. But nevertheless, let's not keep him waiting. Before you ask him to elaborate, he walks past you and heads toward one of the central buildings. It's completely dilapidated. You're a little worried it might collapse on you while you're in it. You look at the prosecutor and raise an eyebrow at her, but she just merely shakes her head. And it's clear she's just as lost as you are. Alright, I guess we're doing this. Well, this certainly is a courtroom. And the little courtroom sprites stand out a lot in this. The regular courtroom is full of warm colors. This is full of cool colors, and everyone stands out so highly. Sora's outfit is a onesie with a small jacket and a poorly fastened belt over it. I have to see this now. Okay, one Sora. Huh. You know, with the way that the belt is separating the top half from the bottom half, I really would have thought that would just be a red shirt and red pants. Is that something you know for a fact, that it's a onesie? Then again, the fact that there's no clear delineation, like, yeah, the belt is poorly fastened over it, and I mean, it could just be really droopy pants and a tucked-in shirt, but I can see what you mean. Especially when you compare that to Kingdom Hearts 2 Sora, who has the black pants and clearly a red shirt. Or maybe he's wearing the pants over the onesie. Either way, let's get on with this trial. The ruins are filled with everyone who was at the Grand Cathedral that day. They all seem to be just as out of the loop as you are. Ooh, here we go. It's the Von Karma effect. You get to face off against someone else, and man, that's a pretty sprite. The only person who seems unfazed by this entire situation is Lord Steelwind. He's taken his position at the opposite end of the room. It seems that he truly plans on prosecuting his daughter. Ah, really? Is he on the witness stand, or is he gonna move up to the judge's table, the judge's stand? Thank you all for coming in here today. I appreciate your cooperation with our investigation. Why have you brought us here? This place is filthy. It's crawling with insects and vermin. My apologies. What happens here today must be kept under wraps for now. I had to choose a location that was far away from modern civilization. Nevertheless, I welcome you all to my home. Wait, you live here? I do. Your Grace. I know you wouldn't bring us here unless you were completely certain, but I want to ask you one last time. Is this truly what you wish to do? There will be no going back after this. What? Should you really be putting your hands down on that stone, that moldy stone, even though I'm sure you're about to smash that stone several dozen times before we're done today? I've made many mistakes in my lifetime. I gave Wyvern God the means to protect themselves, but all it did was warp them into something monstrous. I grew bitter seeing what I created, so I isolated myself from my people. I thought my best course of action would be to stay in seclusion and leave Wyvern God to fend for themselves. I see now what a fool I was. I abandoned my kin to survive in an unjust world. And now foreign powers have been engraving themselves in my kingdom, all because of my negligence. Foreign powers? Does he still suspect you're an agent of the theocracy? Well, no more. It's time that the people of Wyvern God and their enemies remember who watches over them. As he raises his hand, magic begins to swirl around him. What's going on? The entire room is violently shaking. Whatever he's casting, it's unlike any magic you've ever seen before. Demons also running around. Exactly. A blinding light envelops him, but you can faintly see his form changing. It's expanding, and from it... Wait, is that... My man's a dragon! What? It's a dragon? Is this, the dragon who gave us the gift of Gab, or whatever it was? As the Archduke assumes his true form, the gallery breaks out in hysteria. Oh my god, it's the thing that we've been worshipping this whole time! Some of them kneel in reverence, the ancient dragon, and some of them cower in absolute terror. You even see some of them attempting to flee before they're stopped by the Knights of the Kingsguard. Enough! This may not be I have no idea what voice to give this man. If I'll just keep him with the Remus voice. This may not be a court, but I will have order. You're an ancient dragon? No. You're the last ancient dragon. That is correct, Heavensborn. I am the Lord of all lords. Rathalion, that's the one. You all stand before Rathalion, the Scaled Lord. He's so massive, he's obscuring his own occupation. Remus Virgile is an alien I assume when I walk amongst your kind. But make no mistake, even in my human form, I always have the strength of an ancient dragon. Until now, only the lords of House Steelwind and the kings of Wyvern God have known my true identity. But I will hide no longer. I will alone will determine how this trial ends. I wonder if Thalion is still alive, like you said. I wouldn't be surprised. Despite everything, our kingdom's constitution still includes him in our government. Wait, really? As the savior of our kingdom, he was given an honorary position in our political hierarchy. His authority technically rivals that of the king. So that's why you're acting as the arbiter. You're the only person with the authority to convict any and all of the nobles here. Make no mistake, Mr. Cuthbert. I will remain impartial regardless of what transpires here. I will not interfere in this trial, nor will I try to manipulate its outcome. Bet. I will only mediate its proceedings, and pass judgment when necessary. Well, that answers my question as to why Remus was just at the witness stand, all non-imposing. This is it. Well, that's certainly terrifying. Now then, with introductions out of the way, shall we proceed? Of course, Your Grace. Now we see where Arya gets it from. I wonder what other mannerisms they have in common. The prosecution is ready. The defense is also ready. I'm sure we all thoroughly aware of why we've gathered here. But for the sake of doing this properly, could you please list the charges, Lucio? Of course. The defendant, Arya Steelwind, is charged with several counts of manslaughter. Her victims include many knights from the Kingsguard who are still unresponsive. And of course, there's Lloyd von Sanctus and Coraline Sybil, the heads of House von Sanctus and House Sybil respectively. What is this farce? This trial has been over before it began. Lady Steelwind clearly overestimated herself. Even a child knows to be wary of Mage Blight. No, don't you see? This is Bahamut's judgment. The divine powers that be clearly think she is unfit to rule at the king's side. Might I remind the court of my own testimony? I witnessed Beatrice Frege enter the prayer room before I lost consciousness. Isn't it suspicious that this occurred around 15 minutes before Pierce's death? Ooh, he's even got the Von Karma objection. Not as demonic, man. Any Ace Attorney player can just remember when Von Karma gave his first objection and it shook them to their core. It felt like you were squaring off against a final boss. I mean, and then the Ace Attorney DS came out, which added the next, which added Case 5, which you know is fine, but still, Von Karma was the final boss of Ace Attorney 1. If I recall correctly, you only caught a glimpse of her. You don't know if it was someone else disguised in an illusion. You didn't even speak to her. That's all the more reason to call her to the stand to explain herself. She has already testified that she has no memories of what transpired during the massacre. There is no need to drag this out longer than necessary, Cuthbert. My client has a right to a fair trial, and Beatrice Frege's involvement clearly implies some sort of foul play. Enough! I find Mr. Cuthbert's request to be reasonable, and I agree that Lady Frege's actions are quite suspect. Now you know that Rathalion is completely objective. He's completely impartial because he just goes straight. He doesn't need to have it pulled out of him. He doesn't need to be convinced like 3 or 4 times until he just gives in. He just says, Oh, just shut up and let him do his thing. Let the man cook, Steelwind. Very well. Let the events have his battle. I only hope for the sake of it his blade strikes true. And he is asserting some aura right now by being the only person in this game, the only attorney, to actually point at somebody. You know that he's got the pedigree when he has earned point privileges. Why is everything a war metaphor with you? Beatrice. I'm glad you're safe, Mr. Cuthbert. Not for a lack of trying on your part. That wasn't... I have no memories of what I did. Oh boy. Eris is just watching over all these proceedings and going, nope, boop, boop, boop. How are we actually gonna win this one? If I hurt you, I am truly sorry. She actually looks pretty sincere, and it's not as if this is the first time she's lied to you. To be honest, I'm still a little doubtful about your memory loss. But I'm not the only one who experienced it. Arya also has no memories of what happened. And how would you know that? Word travels around quickly in the dungeons. Oh man! Eris is just stirring her finger around in this soup, isn't she? What? Regardless, if you truly have no memories of what happened, could you testify about what you do remember? Perhaps there's a clue there we haven't discovered yet. Very well. Wait, what was that? Did she glitch before she started testifying? Nope, that was my screen. I was with my sisters and my guide, Eris Ilmater. I was speaking with them in the garden when I suddenly felt ill and lost consciousness. When I woke up, my sisters found me. They said that I had gone missing for over an hour. I was confused, but when I later heard what happened, I realized that someone must have taken control of my body. I have no memories of what happened, and from what I understand, the same thing happened to Arya. And to make matters worse, there's nothing that indicates who may have controlled our actions. Is that so? She's also saying that someone else is controlling her. Well, her testimony does match up with Arya's statement. There's something off about the way she's testifying. If she were trying to lie to you, she would have been a lot more vague. What is she doing? That's very specific that she mentioned Eris. She's been missing since the massacre happened. I really hope she's okay. Oh, make no mistake. She's definitely okay. What makes you so sure? Do you remember anything about what happened to her? No, but it's just a feeling. Enough of your speculation. Tell us what happened next, Freyga. You were speaking with them in the garden and you suddenly felt ill and lost consciousness. If they were there with you, shouldn't your sisters have noticed this? According to Leif and Miriam, their pet dog was running amok in the hallways. They left the witness with Ilmater to chase them down. When the sisters returned to the garden, both Beatrice and Ilmater were gone. Do you remember anything after that? No. I really want to remember, but I can't. She certainly looks like she's telling the truth, but history shows she's hardly trustworthy. And you have no memories of what happened? No, none at all. I can only imagine what I was forced to do while I was unconscious. Forced? What do you mean by that? So you're also saying that someone else controlled your body? Yes. It's the only explanation for why you saw me in the prayer room. Absolutely ridiculous. Arcane magic is not capable of mind control. You're spinning a fairy tale to absolve yourself. You're compelled to agree with him, so why do you feel like something's wrong? Think what you will, but please believe me when I say... Your statement does match up with what happened to my client, but you clearly already knew what happened to her. You could just be using that knowledge to fabricate an alibi. I suppose I can't blame you for thinking that after what you saw. Mr. Cuthbert, I know it doesn't mean much coming from me, but I am telling the truth. And that remains to be seen. Why would you even bring that up? Why would she bring that up? Well, if you had evidence that someone else was controlling us, it would exonerate both me and Arya. Think, Mr. Cuthbert. Isn't there any... That would be the best case scenario, wouldn't it? What? It's nothing. She looks extremely frustrated for some reason. The way she's testifying is a little bit strange. She immediately concluded that someone had taken control of her. Why would she bring up what happened to Arya? So this was the first one. She was confused, but later heard what happened. She realized that someone must have taken control of her body. There's nothing indicating that someone must have taken control of her. So, what could indicate that something took control? Dispel magic, polymorph, seal and strike, hold creature, fire bolt, glyph of contingency, no skin, detect magic, strike true, force sight, slow fall, mage blade, force cage, frost wave, conjure water, conjure light, precipitation, death, visibility, shatter, necrotic blight, animated corpse, and message, men wounds, familial bond, sleep, middle bond. Caster forms an unbreakable bond with the target creature, connecting them to the caster magic while the bond exists. The caster can allow the caster can choose online, the bond form. Ha! Rathalion, the Scale Lord, age 1,203. That's a lot younger than I was expecting. I would have expected this world to be around for like, I don't know, 2,000 years maybe, but we'll see. So what can... Well, let me see. Let's see, what can indicate... Purple Mars, mind control conspiracy. This market I found that seen several gruesome murders. When you gain consciousness, you found a paper with a symbol in her pockets. Objection! Oh, that was right? Why would she say something like that? You found the contradiction. It was almost like she gave it to you. Beatrice, you said there's no indication of who orchestrated this, but there is one piece of evidence that does just that, albeit loosely. And what would that be? This symbol. You pull out the parchment with a purple mark on it and show it to her. Maranath, what are you doing? What's wrong? He's using his powers to suppress our communication and our connection. Magic? I can't actually see what you're trying to show me. Maranath, can you stop being petty and just let her see it? I don't take orders from you, Heavenborn. I wonder, Mr. Cuthbert, what is on that parchment? You see, Beatrice, Arya has been investigating a string of murders throughout Wyvengard. These murders appear to be unrelated, despite how gruesome they are. But they all share one thing in common. This symbol was found at each and every crime scene. Don't tell me my daughter's been roped into a little conspiracy theory! I'm graveling up his voice because of what the objection sounded like. Your mind control defense would be laughable if it weren't downright insulting. Lord Steelwind, during a gap in Arya's memory, someone placed this mark in her pocket. It was clearly some sort of taunt from whoever orchestrated this. Nonsense! She clearly drew that symbol herself during her psychotic episode. I've had to listen to her go on and on about her insane theory. She was obsessed with it. Mr. Cuthbert, aren't you curious about what just happened? What are you talking about? Think about it. Why did my apologies? I don't know why I said that. Is everything okay, Beatrice? Yes, I'm perfectly fine. Anyways, it looks like you'll have to figure out the rest on your own. Figure out the rest on my own? What do you mean by that? There's nothing to figure out! Your Grace, these two are making a mockery of us by spouting these inane theories. The defense clearly has no case. End this at once! Considering what I know, I'd like to indulge this theory. What? The judge is finally giving you a chance for once. That's a first. You shouldn't waste this opportunity. You've actually been noticing it for quite a while. Beatrice has been acting strangely since the trial began. It's suspicious, but not in the way that seems to implicate her. It's almost like she's intentionally trying to make you realize something. Why don't you pull on this thread a little more? She's just asking if you were curious about what just happened. You're not sure why she stopped herself when you asked for elaboration. What event was Beatrice referring to? Oh no! Is Eris going to interfere with this? Whatever she's trying to draw your attention to must be significant. Let's see. Beatrice, Tyrion, Lucio, Maronath. Hid. The purple mark. From Beatrice. Maronath. He didn't allow Beatrice to see the purple mark. He'd only do that if Beatrice would recognize it normally. Why would Maronath interfere? Maronath is her familiar and he is used to follow her orders. But things have clearly changed now that she belongs to the Empress of Discord. Why would a demon like Maronath interfere with this? Nobility, the ancient dragons, the urban myth, a demon. The mastermind is related to... Oh. The mastermind is Hyde and ancient dragons, nobility, a demon. The mastermind is related to a demon? Nah. The purple mark? Or Maronath? Mastermind Arya, the purple mark is related to the nobility? No. Purple mark is related to a demon? Alright, there you go. The purple mark must be related to a demon somehow. That's the only explanation as to why it would prevent her from seeing the mark. But Arya has been investigating murders throughout Wyvengard. Does this mean that her investigation also has something to do with a demon? Arya suspected each of the murderers was acting against their will. Now both Arya and Beatrice are also claiming they were controlled. How could something demonic control Beatrice? You can't explain what's happening to Arya and these other individuals, but how do you know Beatrice might have full connections to their... How could something demonic control Beatrice? That's a contract, right? Beatrice... Nope. Unveiled, forgot, killed, lost, unveiled. Due to a blood contract. Here we go. Beatrice killed the victims due to a blood contract. Wait, well, the ability to control people's minds is something you never encountered before. We know a lot less about demons than you'd like to. Must be something a demon can do to compel... Okay. Demon lost control of... Oh, Beatrice. The other murderers lost control of their actions due to a blood contract. What? It has to be due to a blood contract, though, against their will during the massacre. No, it's due to a blood contract. Oh, wait, the other murderers killed the victims due to a blood contract? No. Hold on a second! I want to get this. Beatrice lost control of their actions due to a... I was going along the right thread, but the precise verbiage, I really need to scroll through and look at all of the options before I commit to an outcome. Watching me pick options that don't answer the question kills you every time. Well, don't blame me. I'm losing control of my actions because of a blood contract, apparently. That's why I'm killing you. It's not me. It's Eris. It just so happens that you can't actually die. Not everyone dies when they're killed. You recall what was written on Beatrice's contract during her trial. It said what would happen if she failed to claim House Frege. Her soul, her mind, and her life would all be claimed by the Empress of Discord. What does this tell us about Arya? If this Empress of Discord's owned Beatrice's mind, would that mean they could also control Beatrice against her will? If that were true, Arya created... Wait. What does this tell us about Arya? The Mastermind. Oh, wait, the Mastermind. The Mastermind lost the Mastermind! Okay. Let's see. So what does this tell us about Arya? During the investigation, which prompted vengeance due to a blood contract. So, she's also due to a blood contract? Arya lost control of their mind due to a blood contract. Yep. No. That can't be right, can it? Did Arya seriously sign a blood contract with a demon? Why would she ever do that? But it's the conclusion that makes the most sense. You can't think of any other way someone would control her against her will. And there is one way to find out for certain. The Divine Edict. The same ability they used against Beatrice during her trial. It was instinctual at the time, but you have some understanding of how it works. It creates a copy of a blood contract between a contract holder and the demon who created it. But for it to work, you need to know the name of the contract holder. In addition to that, you need the name of the demon who created the contract. Which demon did Arya make a blood contract with? Right now you're only relying on guesswork, but if you know the demon who made the contract must be... the Empress of Discord? The so-called Empress of Discord. She was mentioned in Beatrice's blood contract. You still have no idea who or what she is. However, she was mentioned in a blood contract created by Maronoth. She must be his superior in some way. That might explain why Marunoth doesn't want Beatrice to identify the purple mark. You're not sure if a pseudonym is enough, but it's the closest you can get with what you know so far. You've been awfully quiet for a while, Mr. Cuthbert. What are you thinking about? He's probably imagining new ways to futilely stall for time. I think I've finally figured out why the witness and defendant can't remember anything. It would also explain why they didn't have control of their actions. Again with this! If you're so convinced of my daughter's conspiracy, why don't you prove it? I knew it. Even you don't believe in the nonsense you're spouting. Lord Steelwind, I want to be wrong about this. If I'm right, the implications don't bode well for anyone involved. So instead of telling you, I think it would be better to show you. Empress of Discord, wherever you may hide. Damn it! Beatrice knows it's about to go down. She was successful in giving her own little SOS symbol, her own verbal Morse code. There you go. I knew you could do it. By the Eye of Horus, I issue upon you a divine edict. Release thy guards and manifest your blood contract with Arya Steelwind. There it is! Arya's blood contract. Unlike Beatrice's contract, it's only one page. Even stranger, there's a large empty space at the top half of the page. There are only a few sentences at the bottom. For the intentions of this contract, the person who hands the contract to Arya Steelwind will be referred to as the patron. By signing this contract, Arya Steelwind surrenders her mind, body, and soul to the patron. This contract will bind Arya Steelwind to the patron so long as they both live. Huh. So, is half of this page redacted? No! This can't be true! This is... Wow. He has... So let me get this straight. He has the Von Karma aura, he has the point of Edgeworth, and now he has the damage sprite of Francisca. I like this man. So that's his gavel. He roars. Enough! Stop prattling amongst yourself! No. This is a sham! This wretch has clearly created a convincing fabrication! It's genuine, Lucio. It's impossible to falsify something like this. You can't deny the truth anymore, Lord Steelwind. It's full on missing. As in, it should exist, but I can't see it. Or it's just blank, and the only thing that was needed was the surrender of control. Like, they left it blank, and the only important part was the surrender of control. Is that it? There is a way to control someone else's actions. Arya Steelwind wasn't affected by Mage Blight. She was controlled against her will. Yep. I got the feeling that as soon as he realized that it wasn't Mage Blight, that he might actually start being a father a little bit. He's sad about it. He's angry at this Empress of Discord, and he's worried about the implications. With this evidence, there's no doubt that Arya did sign a blood contract, but it still doesn't make sense. I agree. Even if Arya was the type of person to sign a contract with a demon, there isn't a single part of this contract that benefits her. Why would Arya sign this contract? Arya signed this contract. because it looked like, because she was threatened by, because she placed her trust in Beatrice, Lord Steelwind nobility, to exact revenge on, because it looked like a normal document. There's a large empty space above the terms of your daughter's contract. Wait. Isn't that a massive no-no to lie in your contract? When I issue Divine Edict, it creates a copy of the blood contract that I called for. I think when she was given this contract, it probably looked like something entirely different. Demons can just do that? Just give you something completely false, and then go, sign here, here's what it says. Something else was written in this empty space to make it look like a normal legal document. Which means that my client was not in control of her actions that day.
Objection!
Enough of this! All of you! Do you see now, Lord Steelwind? Arya is not responsible for what happened. That remains to be proven! What are you talking about? She has a blood contract that releases control of her free will! Not having control and not being responsible are two very different things, Cuthbert! What? I'll admit, the defendant may not have had control of her actions when she murdered the victims. However, she did have full control of herself when she signed this contract. Are you serious? No one in their right mind would willingly sign a contract like this. And what of Beatrice Frege? Was she in her right mind when she made a contract with the demon Moronoth? If we can't hold the defendant responsible, surely we should also quit Lady Frege for the murder of her father. That's hardly the same thing. I, for one, fail to see the difference. A fool made a deal with a demon. As a result, several esteemed members of the nobility were killed. She's your daughter, Lucio. How does that change anything? Damn it. He's serious he doesn't care if he convicts Arya. Honestly, this only places more responsibility on her for what happened. Oh. That's a really good theory. And... perhaps it was hidden under her wedding vows. So does that mean... Hold on a second. Wait! That ties in perfectly with the fact that, that Arceus... What is his full name? Theon Arceus. Apparently, there were two Theon Arceuses involved in this case, right? So if one of them did not meet with Arya and asked her, then there's a possibility that the Theon that met with them to sign their wedding vows, if your theory holds up, that might have been, you know, a demon in disguise, or maybe it was the Empress of Discord herself, someone in disguise, pretending to be Theon, gave her this contract. And I guess, yeah, Aster was there, and his thing was that she just all of a sudden just locked up, and then walked away. So is Aster not exactly clean in all this? Because, here's the thing. There are two ways to mind control Arya Steelwind. One, if you make a blood contract with her. And two, if your name happens to be Aster de Wyverngard. So, either the Empress of Discord was using her infatuation with Aster to make her sign the contract without thinking, because, you know, you just put this document, and then you're like, okay, sign this document, and now you are married to your husbando. Or maybe, Aster is very, very well aware of what Arya thinks about him, and has been using her, you know, a very powerful mage and a member of one of the nobility to stage this hostile takeover, because three of the houses are now without their heads. The only house that has a head is Lucio. So if all the nobility lost all of their power and were condensed under Steelwind, that would make it so much easier to control the world. I might be wrong about some of the finer details, but after your wedding vows theory, now I'm kind of looking at Aster, and I'm just like, hey, buddy. And, by the way, how convenient is it that your father just died from an illness? A perfect storm is coming together where there's only one noble house that still has its head, or maybe, after this trial was to conclude, maybe Lucio would meet an unfortunate demise, and then all the houses would have no head, and who would come in to bring peace to a kingdom of scattered ants? The Crown Prince. The Crown King. The newly crowned king. And Aster would come up there and he'd say, hey, the way we were doing things before was no good. I will lead us into a brand new era of greatness. And by the way, we're going to destroy the kingdom next door who worship the Celestials. Oh, man. What if Aster is actually this huge, mega-religious nut, and instead of being Tyrion's biggest fan, he actually despises Tyrion because he is a Heavensborn? Oh, man. I have to stop speculating and keep on moving. I'm going to add an entire other hour to this stream if I keep on going through these what-ifs. Honestly, this only places more responsibility on her for what happened. I could have accepted if she had been reckless and accidentally induced Mage Blight. But to sign a contract with a demon? That's only father espouses the need to put her down! Okay. If there is any ounce of being a father underneath that veneer of doing what's best for the kingdom, he's, it's way too many layers, way too thick. She was clearly tricked, Lucio. Is that so? As a fellow attorney, Would you really sign a contract without carefully expecting it? Whether it was through foolishness, negligence, or both, the defendant willingly signed a blood contract. She compromised herself, and as a result, 3 nobles died. The responsibility falls squarely on her. Wait, even if she willingly signed that contract, that's not entirely true, is it? Who else was responsible for Arya's actions? The patron, Arya, Maruna, Lucio. The patron? Yeah. Lucio, there's clearly someone else to blame for Arya's actions that day. And who would that be? I'd like to read my client's blood contract to the court. By signing this contract, Arya Steelwind surrenders her mind, body, and soul to the patron. That can only mean one thing. Whoever this patron is, they took control of my client and used her to murder the victims. That's right. They could still be out there. None of us are safe until this patron is apprehended. Surely we can't end this trial while every member of Wyvern Guard nobility is in danger. Well played. Oh, I'm compelled to agree with Mr. Cuthbert. 3! We're 3 for 3 on Rathalion just patting us on the back. I like this. I like this guy. Trickery or not, it's clear someone wished ill intent on the nobles. Until we know who this patron is, you can't pass judgment on my client. Not until we know the circumstances that she signed that blood contract under. And what would you have us do, Cuthbert? The contract has no stipulations about proximity or how this mind control works. For all we know, this patron could have murdered the victim all while sitting in their very home. There was a clear intent behind this attack. Even if the patron didn't directly participate in the murders, they definitely had a motive. If Arya's be controlled, then we can analyze her behavior to determine who was controlling her. Oh, I see. That does sound as good a plan as any. At the very least, we can't allow this patron to escape justice. Despite the questions raised, we have clearly made some headway. But I believe we should take a brief recess to process these revelations. Very well. How many episodes are in this? Are there 5? Are there 6? Are there 7? Are there 8? You step outside the Skeletor lair to get some fresh air. These new revelations are a lot to take in. Celeste looks especially down. From what you observed, she and Arya have been speaking to each other a lot. They must have become friends over the many times they've met. You can't imagine how powerless she feels right now. Arya, I'm so sorry. Don't be. Her voice begins to break. She's always been stoic, but it's clear even she has her breaking point. I can't imagine what you're feeling right now. But there's still hope. If we can find out who did this to you, we can still save you. Do you remember if you've signed anything recently? No, I don't. Damn it. The patron with some might or memories to cover their tracks. But I still don't understand. Even if I don't remember signing that contract, I don't think I would be that careless. Right. As much as I hate to admit it, Lucio was right. You're an attorney like me, and we always carefully look over contracts before we sign them. Which raises the question of how the patron got your signature. I don't know. Damn it. We don't even know what circumstances you were under when you signed that contract. For all we know, the patron could have used any number of tactics to coerce you into doing this. That's also possible. Arya. As you're deliberating amongst yourselves, Lord Steelwind approaches you. What are you doing here, Father? I bet he really wanted to talk to Arya and actually talk about what he's really feeling, but pride and just their situation caused him to get out of there. I can't believe him. How does he have nothing to say? His actions say otherwise, but you could have sworn you saw something through the eye. It's almost as if he was saddened and worried. Well, no matter how he feels internally, he's made it clear that he's your enemy. Whatever his motivations are, you'll overcome him, just like everyone else, whether man, king, or god. To hell with those MKGs! We should also head back, Celeste. Right? No matter what it takes, you're going to see this through.
Court is now resumed. Shall we pick up where we carried off? How would you like to proceed?
I think we should review what we do know about the murders.
We do have a plethora of witnesses to work with.
That's correct. So let's start from the beginning. It all began at noon yesterday morning. I was at my house in Ratholm with Arya and my bodyguard, Celeste. I was speaking with them when a courier suddenly delivered a letter to my home. It was from Garrick Pierce. He wanted to meet with me and Celeste at the Grand Cathedral of the Scaled Lord at 2 p.m. To make sure we were on time, we arrived at the Grand Cathedral at 1 p.m. At the time, we didn't know that the cathedral was closed to the public, but the knights guarding the cathedral allowed us through anyways. Apparently, they were expecting us.
That should not have been possible. Due to the solemnity of the situation, we were very particular about who was permitted to enter the cathedral.
It's possible someone pulled some strings to let us through.
Or you two entered the cathedral illegally.
Well, I'm sure that knight from the Kingsguard can vouch for us.
I know about every order given to the Kingsguard, and none of them were told to let you two through.
It's possible the night we met fell comatose like the others. And as long as they're unresponsive, we'll never know.
Perhaps we should continue. Huh.
Anyways, we arrived at the church and spent the next hour sightseeing before we went to meet with Pierce. In that time, we met with Remus, Lucio, Arya, Aster, and Alaric. And around that time, Arya and Aster left together to meet with the High Speaker in his quarters. Oh, the lampshade! While exploring the cathedral, we spoke with Von Sanctus and Sybil. Then we spoke with the three Frege sisters and Eris Ilmater.
Eris Ilmater?
She's a friend of Beatrice Frege. The Kingsguard wouldn't let her bring her familiar into the cathedral, so she brought Eris to guide her instead. Anyways, we left the garden at around 1:45 p.m. to meet with Pierce in the prayer room. And at around the same time, Arya left her meeting with the High Speaker and felt nauseous. Last thing she remembers is looking at Lake Galacrond.
A likely story.
Regardless, at 2 p.m., Aster went to pay respects to his father's body. Oh, really? Unbeknownst to him, a mage had placed a glyph of contingency in front of his father's coffin. Yeah, and it activated the spell Alibi. It was set to trap him within a force cage.
What a despicable act! Considering what followed, the attack on His Majesty must have been a diversion.
Right. You know what's interesting? Does this play back to that attempt to kidnap him all the way back in like the third trial case? There's also this time that both Beatrice and Eris went missing. Considering the timing of it all, someone must have taken control of Beatrice's body after the trap on Aster was sprung.
Are you saying this patron controlled her as well?
No, I don't think so. According to her contract, her mind belongs to the Empress of Discord, not the patron. I just assumed that the patron was the Empress of Discord. That was just two different entities. But if they're really insisting on this, then I guess now there's a patron to consider. Furthermore, Arya's blood contract was created by the Empress. It's clear that the patron and the Empress were in league with each other. I guess my neighbors are being professional upstairs neighbors right now. It's pretty late, too.
Wonderful. Another demon we have to worry about.
Anyways, the patron and the Empress had all the pieces they needed. That's when they began the massacre. The patron took control of Arya's body, and they used her to murder Von Sanctus at 2:05 p.m. Presumably, Arya started a fire in the common room around this time, and since Von Sanctus's body was found there, this must have been after she murdered him. Shortly after, Prince Alaric spotted smoke from the fire and asked Arya what was going on. Arya responded by using an unknown transmutation spell to incapacitate him. To think they would use her to attack the prince as well. Luckily, the effects of that spell were only temporary, and Alaric came out unharmed. After this, the patron used Arya to murder Sybil at 2:15 p.m. She brought Sybil's body to the western balcony, where she dumped it into Lake Galacrond. What's it called? Galacrond. High Speaker Arceus witnessed this, but he wasn't aware of what she'd thrown off the balcony until much later. The High Speaker thought this encounter was strange, but he continued with his business. He headed to the prayer room, but was turned away by the knight standing guard there. Meanwhile, Celeste and I were talking to Lord Pierce. When we showed up for the meeting earlier, he was clearly expecting someone else to show up. We tried to get to the bottom of what was happening, but he refused to answer our questions. And at about 2 p.m., we heard a commotion outside. Celeste went to investigate, and that's when Celeste fought Arya. The patron's target was Garrick Pierce, but Celeste was too powerful to neutralize. They fought each other for about 15 minutes before Arya was finally able to push past her. During their fight, the Empress sent Beatrice into the prayer room. She probably made Beatrice invisible to move undetected. She then used her to cast a sleep spell on Pierce and me to knock us out. I remember checking the time close to when this happened. This must have happened at 2:30 p.m.
If your testimony is correct, Beatrice Frege was actively used in this plan.
Yes, and considering how quickly this massacre unfolded, the Empress must have coordinated with the patron. They probably planned how they would use Beatrice and Arya to carry out the murders. Anyways, after Beatrice knocked us out, Arya finally pushed past Celeste and entered the prayer room, and before Celeste could chase after her, she had already murdered Pierce. Arya and I were already unconscious by the time Celeste entered the room. The patient had already achieved their goal of murdering the three nobles, so she probably fell unconscious after they released their control over her. Arya and I regained consciousness shortly after. That's when the Inquisition arrested her for the murders.
Lord Pierce was one of the victims. Your meeting clearly had more significance than I'd realized. So tell us, Cuthbert, what was your discussion about?
It's fine, if you can tell them. Alright, as long as it's okay with you. For the past few months, Celeste and I have been investigating who her birth parents are.
I recall receiving many complaints about it during the Lord's Ball.
Supposedly, Garrick Pierce had the information we were seeking. That letter he sent us said that he wanted to trade this information for his freedom. I assumed this meant that he wanted me to be his attorney.
He honestly expect us to believe that? Why would he ask for help from the attorney who indicted him in the first place?
We thought the same thing, and when we arrived to the meeting, it was clear I wasn't the intended recipient. This means that Pierce sent the letter to someone else. That's the question. Who did he send it to? And was Pierce also under a blood contract? Maybe he wanted to contact somebody about, well, maybe not a blood contract. Maybe it was a blood contract. I can imagine that someone like Pierce could believe that he could get out of such a hopeless situation.
You better not be lying to us, Cuthbert.
Frankly, I don't much care if you believe me. Regardless, if we examine every action Arya took, we can build a psychological profile of the patron.
I will give you that.
To begin, the defense would like to call the Inquisition commander to the stand. His testimony might shed some light on how Von Sanctus and Sybil died. Despite all these witness accounts, we still only know how Pierce was murdered.
Yes, he was impaled using a blade magically frozen from his own blood.
Damn. In a grim sort of way, it's almost poetic that he died the same way Flintheart did. But you doubt that will give Celeste any kind of closure. Anyways, we need to find out exactly how Arya murdered Von Sanctus and Sybil. The massacre was swift and efficient. It must have required a lot of forethought and coordination. If you figured out who might have had this knowledge, we might be able to find out who did this.
I see. That sounds a good plan as any. Kingsguard, escort Commander Owen White to the witness stand.
Interesting how the commander was the one being escorted. He didn't just say, bring him to the stand. It was the Kingsguard. I guess anyone who's deemed as a witness gets escorted.
Witness, please state your name and occupation.
Right. Commander?
I'm sorry. I just can't do this. How am I supposed to act like this is normal? A giant lizard is standing right behind me. Calling me a lizard is highly offensive, Commander.
Sorry, your scale lordship, sir. Commander, just try your best to testify about what happened.
Yeah.
Your gumshoe is showing. It all started when we received a report from the Kingsguard. The prosecutor asked Prince Alaric and a fire attacked Prince Alaric, and a fire had broken out in the command room. We weren't sure what the deal with Steelwind was, so I went to the common room to put out the fire. When we got there, we noticed a bunch of unconscious knights in front of the prayer room. We went to the prayer room. That's when we found Steelwind and Cuthbert unconscious next to Pierce's dead body. We later found the bodies of Von Sanctus and Sybil, too. That's when we realized that she offed all three of them. So you still have no idea how Steelwind was used to murder Von Sanctus or Sybil? Not a clue. It's especially worse for Von Sanctus. That fire burned a lot of physical evidence off his body. Damn. What about Sybil? Was there any physical evidence on her body? No idea about that either. She didn't have any wounds either. All we know is that she died of suffocation. Definitely more information you can glean. Alright, guess it's pressing time. You see Aria Celeste? No. Though it's all the aftermath of their fight. There are marks and craters everywhere in that hallway. Pierce's time of death was 2:45. The Knights didn't arrive at the common room until 3:10. They didn't arrive at the prayer room until well after the battle had taken place. Does that mean you were in the room with Pierce's body for 25 minutes? Why didn't you look for help? You weren't waking up for some reason, so I kept channeling my healing magic into you. Looking back, I probably should have just asked for help. But even if Arya was unconscious, I didn't want to leave you alone in that room with her. Right, sorry. Judging from the timing, this would have been several minutes after he'd already died. Yeah, we had no idea what was going on. Eris was already dead, and you and Steelwind were unresponsive. I can see what I'd be unresponsive. I was hit with a spell specifically designed to make people sleep. Why would Arya be unresponsive too? We have no idea. Never even heard of demonic possession until today. For all we know, could have been a side effect of being controlled for over an hour. Doesn't make sense. Could that common thread be a mere coincidence? Why would Arya be unresponsive too? That last statement was a little vague. You guys can elaborate more on one of the murders. Whose murder should I elaborate on? Sybil. Could you elaborate more on Sybil's murder? Was there any evidence that implied how she died? Using our divination magic, we know she died of suffocation. We're not exactly sure how. But unlike Von Sanctus, Sybil's body wasn't burned. Shouldn't there have been wounds around her neck if she was suffocated? Well, we found traces of necromancy on Sybil. We think Steelwind cast mend wounds on her body after she offed her. This would have removed any wounds on the body. Exactly what happened with Catherine Bellwether. Can we get some F's in the chat for Catherine Bellwether? Yeah. The only wounds she has are from the impact of falling into Lake Galacrond. Anyways, please add this to your testimony, Commander White. Sure. What do you say, kid? When they discovered the body in the house because Steelwind must have dumped her body from the balcony above. Hold on a second. So, I actually want to ask about all three of them and see if I get a check mark on all three of them. Could you elaborate more on Von Sanctus's murder? Was there any evidence that implied how he died? Like I said, it's trickier with Von Sanctus because fire partially burned his body. Our divination magic can only tell he died of suffocation. And if there's no other physical evidence, well, there is one thing. For his burn marks, we do know he was hit with a firebolt before he died. We're guessing she wanted to awaken him before she dealt the final blow. So he took a direct attack from her before he died. Add this to your testimony. Oh, accidentally went through number 6. Oh, they had unique dialogue for for Von Sanctus. Alright, let's elaborate more on Pierce's murder. Any evidence implied? Well, that one is simple. McCoy chased Steele, went into the prayer room, but didn't arrive fast enough. When she got there, Pierce was already dead. He was killed using a blade magically formed from his own blood. But why would she do something like that? When he murdered Flint McCoy, he only used shaped liquid to avoid leaving behind evidence. I doubt the patron would make Steele do the same thing. Your intent was to pin the crime on her. You'd think she knew McCoy was on her tail. You didn't have enough time to suffocate him as she did with Von Sanctus and Sybil. You didn't have any weapons on her, so she asked and had to improvise. He has other spells that could have done the job. She could have hit him with a steel wind strike.
I know from experience that she is terrible at controlling that skill. It's possible she didn't want to unleash such a powerful spell in a closed room.
That sort of tracks, but it doesn't feel right. You really can't refute it. Let's move on. Anyways, if the two murders were really well planned, Pierce's murder was the only one that required improvisation.
It's possible the patron severely underestimated McCoy's combat capabilities. She fought my daughter for almost half an hour. Meanwhile, the other two murders occurred with quick succession of one another.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Add this to your testimony. She probably didn't have time to suffocate him like the other two, so she must have improvised a weapon using shaped liquid. So, do all three of these have check marks next to them now? Yep, all three of them. So, which is the really sussy one? Well, let's see. I want to skip through this. Alright, she probably didn't have time to suffocate him like the other two, so she managed to improvise a weapon using shaped liquid. Which is strangely similar to how he murdered Flint McCoy.
Oh, Pierce was one of the targets of the patron. It is likely they knew about what happened during McCoy's trials and drew inspiration from that.
Still, though, seems awfully creative for someone that came up with that at the moment.
Well, don't the legends say demons engage in contrapasso?
Say what now? Some believe that when the souls are sent to hell, they're punished in a way that relates to their sins. In Pierce's case, he committed murder with a frozen blade. It's possible this Empress went to the patron and murdered him in the same way. You can't say for sure. Alright. I'm starting to mesmerize weapon using shaped liquid. Ah, dang it! I did not mean to do that! Nah. I wanted to look through my evidence. Okay. Let's say... Okay. She must have improvised a weapon using shaped liquid. So let's see here. Oh, she knows how to use shaped liquid. Man wounds fireball shaped liquid, dispel magic, seal and strike, detect magic, polymorph, and hold creature. What other spells can she use? Let's see here. Sleep, familial bond. What's the freezing one? Frost wave. Fireball shaped liquid, dispel magic, seal and strike, detect magic. Okay, so she doesn't know Frost Wave. Oh, were you actually able to see some of the dialogue that I was skipping over? Who said it's not like he can help it? Was it Celeste? Prayer room, cause of death. You called him cute. You called him cute. Alright. A shard of frozen liquid was found stabbed through his heart. It's very likely that this was the murder weapon. The wound also shows heavy traces of transmutation magic, and traces of conjuration magic were found throughout the room. Transmutation and conjuration. Let's see here. So, shape liquid. Is transmutation and conjuration, was it? Yep, transmutation and conjuration. Let's see, what other spells could it be? Send message, nah. Conjure water. Conjure water, frost wave. You know, conjure water? Shape liquid. Nope. She does not know conjure water. Conjuration and transmutation. Mage blade. Nope, not mage blade. Slow fall. Strike true. Detect magic, stone skin. Polymorph, nah. This might not be the point I'm supposed to press. Although the fact that it's so uneasy... Let's see what happens when I press. Oh, I already pressed it. Improvise a weapon using shape like... I keep on going for the press when I want to look into my, my stuff. We just learned the weapon used on Pierce was formed of his own blood. That would leave traces of transmutation on him. It would. She must have improvised a weapon using shaped liquid. Am I supposed to find the contradiction here, or am I supposed to look at one of the other two? Frost wave and shaped liquid. Could it be possible that Pierce used frost wave? Well, let's see. Objection! Nope. That's wrong. Maybe we look at his compendium. Objection! No. So understanding, Rathalion. Is it her compendium somehow? Objection! Nope. I've already recognized that there's a specific sound effect that plays whenever you get the right thing. Chat, analysis. Am I supposed to be presenting on this one or one of the others? Let's see. Gotta rename the balcony, soundproof room, steal one's testimony. So she doesn't remember anything. Contract doesn't mean anything. Yalric's testimony wouldn't mean anything. Trap King, marriage meeting. Traces of abjuration. Yes, sir. The weapon used on Pierce was formed of his own blood. That would leave traces of transmutation. But what transmutation could be used? Well, while concentrating on the spell, the caster can magically manipulate up to 10 liters of liquid and form into complex shapes. Anytime the caster can choose to freeze the liquid and solve ice and while frozen, the caster can also choose to make the liquid instantaneously melt. Nope. So yeah, it's the thread would have been, why didn't they make it melt? But the thing is that they wanted to frame Arya. They wanted to make it very, very obvious that it was Arya. They wanted her to take the fall for it. So that's not the contradiction there. What was the other? And I'm stuff again like the other two. The autopsy report here. Conjuration magic. What conjuration spells do we have here? Conjure water? Is this somehow it? Nope. I find everything objectionable. Obviously, it's not. It's made of his own blood. So conjure light doesn't really have anything to do with anything. Evocation, necromancy, conjuration, send message. That doesn't mean anything. Sleep doesn't mean anything. When she presents his autopsy, a shard of frozen liquid was stabbed through his heart. Objection! Nope, not the. It's not the autopsy. I am so out of it right now. Is Steel and Strike transmutation? Is it? Steel and Strike. That's evocation. But could be Mage Blade. Objection. Nope, not Mage Blade. Alright, let's see about Steel and Strike. Objection. Nope, not that one either. For all we know, Pierce might be a dead end. Starting to think that. So let's go to someone else. Let's go to Sybil. They discovered the body in Lake Galacron. In the High Speaker's testimony, Steel End must have dumped the body from the balcony above. Let's see, what does it say? How do you know the body was there anyways? Notice that she was nowhere to be found. When they're gonna locate creature, she was in the lake. It was an hour before you fished her out. Okay. So, let's see here. They discovered her body in Lake Galacron from the High Speaker's testimony. Steel End must have dumped the body from the balcony above. Oh, I think I know. Spotted Arya throwing something. Wasn't able to see what she threw, but after Sybil's body was found, she assumed the object must have been still alive. He could have sworn that he saw something darker, but he's not sure. Objection. Nope, that's not it. Damn it. Must have dumped her body from the balcony above. Her body was found floating in nearby a lake outside the ground. Traces of transmutation, evocation, and necromancy were found in the body. So is that what we're assuming? Objection. Nope. Not her autopsy. Night Speaker's testimony. Steelin must have dumped her body. Attacked Sybil somewhere close to the balcony by going to the... Yeah, attacked Sybil somewhere close to the balcony, going by the autopsy report. Must have suffocated her somehow. Nope. She wasn't dead before she hit the water. Died at 2:18 p.m. We found the steel wind and cupboard. Steel wind must have attacked Sybil somewhere near the balcony. Autopsy report. She died at 2:18 p.m. Murderer's route. Also, we received a report from the Kingsguard. Alaric, the Steelwind was, a bunch of unconscious night. We found Steelwind and cover next to the Steelwind must have attacked Sybil somewhere close to that balcony. By going to the autopsy report, she must have suffocated her somehow. Go back more. That's when we found Steelwind cover next to the unconscious body. Unconscious Knights. We weren't sure the deal with Steelwind was. Also, we received a report from Kingsguard. On a room, we got a bunch of unconscious Knights for the prayer room. Alright, you're trying to know the statements. So, it all started when we received... It all started... So is Sybil another dead end? Stealing a list? I mean, I have to imagine the added testimony is the one. Alright, let's go ahead and pursue... pursue Von Sanctus. Maybe there's something there. Runs on his body, she must have hit him with a firebolt to keep him from getting away. He didn't have anything to defend himself with. But doesn't he have a spell compendium? Mage Blade, Force Cage, Send Message, and Mend Wounds. There we go! Once again, I was so hung up on Pierce and Sybil that the answer was right in front of me. There's something in all of them? Really? Oh, that one. I guess I got the easy mode one. That's strange.
What is it now?
Commander White, you said Steelwind attacked Von Sanctus with a firebolt before she suffocated him.
Yeah, you probably wanted to injure him so it'd be easier to subdue.
But that's what I find strange. Von Sanctus knew he was under attack. So wouldn't he cast Force Cage to repel her?
I guess that's true.
Von Sanctus was hardly a warrior, Cuthbert.
Force Cage is an extremely useful spell, but it has to be aimed. He was hit with a firebolt, and he must have been in immense pain. I doubt he'd be able to think clearly under those circumstances.
I normally agree with you, but the crime scene tells another story.
What do you mean, Mr. Cuthbert?
So literally, I can go to any of those three threads, and I could have found a contradiction in any of them, and kind of made myself a branching path that all comes into the same exit. That's kind of cool. What implies that Von Sanctus cast Force Cage. Oh. The traces of abjuration. You gotta go through all three of them? Wait, don't quote you on that? I see. We investigated the crime scene and found traces of abjuration magic that formed a perfect square around the body. I'm sure if we measured the dimensions of that square, it would be 10 feet by 10 feet.
Which is the same length and width as a cube created by Force Cage.
Like you said, he was in no shape to aim it. So he cast Force Cage on himself to create a makeshift barrier.
Nonsense! If Von Sanctus had cast Force Cage on himself, he should have been protected from further harm. The defendant would have been able to suffocate him after that.
Perhaps there was some way to bypass Force Cage.
And once again, your ignorance of the arcane arts is made apparent. Force Cage is one of the most powerful abjuration spells in existence. It can't be dispelled, and no one can teleport into or out of it.
Right. Aster was also trapped in a Force Cage, and he had to wait for an hour duration to escape, elapse. So how did Steelwind suffocate him? Wait, if Force Cage is a perfectly closed space, is it possible that he ran out of air?
That would be a glaring weakness. House Von Sanctus obviously designed that spell to allow oxygen through the barrier. Or you ask, poisonous gases can't be pushed through the barrier either. Only oxygen can travel through.
Oh my god. Right. And even if they had used poisonous gas, the autopsy report wouldn't have said he was suffocated. How did Arya suffocate Von Sanctus? The fire consumed all the oxygen in the common room. Force Cage is specifically designed to allow oxygen through its barrier. What if there was no oxygen left in the room?
No oxygen? Yeah, I see. It was a fire in the common room. The patron knew Arya couldn't harm Von Sanctus once he was in that Force Cage.
Breathalion becomes more Australian as we go on, and I'm here for it.
So she started a fire to eat out all the oxygen within the room.
The murder of Von Sanctus. Arya Steelwind attacked the... Seeing that she couldn't break through it, she started a fire to eat all the oxygen in the room. Von Sanctus was probably helpless as he suffocated from lack of oxygen. Damn. What should have protected him ended up trapping him, and the ability to dispel it ended up sealing his fate.
Well, I suppose that explains how the defendant murdered Von Sanctus. With that in mind, a lot of this plan sounds like it was improvised at the moment.
Just like the murder of Pierce. Not only that, we assumed that the patron used the same method to kill both Lard Von Sanctus and Lady Sybil, but I doubt Lady Sybil died under the same circumstances.
Correct. There was only one fire. And if Sybil was in that Force Cage, the defendant would have been able to throw her body into Lake Galacrond. Which means Sybil must have died by asphyxiation elsewhere. It is clear our next course of action is to determine how Lady Sybil was murdered.
Still don't know where she was murdered.
The only witness who saw her around this time was the High Speaker, which was after the defendant disposed of Sybil's body.
Well, the High Speaker's testimony is as good a start as any. For our next witness, the defense would like to call High Speaker Theon Arceus to the stand.
What's wrong? It's nothing. Carry on.
Kingsguard, do the thing. Witness, you will testify about...
Oh, great and blessed scaled Lord, to think you would grace us with your presence.
Oh my god. Breathalion is so real for that. I can just see him raising his giant scaled fingers to pinch the bridge of his nose.
Forgive me, Lord Breathalion. I spoke out of turn. You must think I'm an arrogant fool.
Wow. Looks like the witness is schmoozing the judge for once.
How many times do I have to tell you people that I am not a god? Yes, I revere and serve the god of dragons, but I am not Bahamut's avatar.
But you're the Scaled Lord!
I'm just a dragon! I'm not even a powerful one. I'm not a deity!
He is just tearing down generations of religion right now. And I'm here for it. He is so fed up with these zealots right now.
This humility, that's exactly what Bahamut's avatar would say.
I swear to God.
He even swears by the god's name! Lucio, please handle this. Perhaps another approach is warranted. High Speaker Arceus, the great and powerful Rathalion calls upon you today. We require your...
You require my blood? Of course, I will gladly give my life for the Scaled Lord. Even Lucio is losing his composure around this absolute silliness.
Of course, my blood can never be enough. Would you just let me...
I will do as you wish, my lord. It might take some time, though. I'll need some time to gather some followers, and...
We just want your testimony! Just tell us what you saw when Miss Stillwind was at the westward balcony yesterday!
Oh, I see. If that's what you truly wish, my lord. Are we just going to ignore how ready he was to commit mass murder?
Be quiet. We just got him to calm down.
I was doing some paperwork in my quarters, and I suppose I lost track of the time. My alarm went off, and I realized that it was time for my afternoon prayers. I began heading to the prayer room when I spotted Lady Steelwind looking over the westward balcony. I tried to greet her, but she didn't respond to me. That's when I noticed she was pushing something large over the balcony and into Lake Galacrond. I asked her what she was doing, but again, she ignored me and went towards the prayer room. I thought nothing of it and made my way there as well. As for the guards there, turned me away. I went back to my quarters to do my prayers there. Considering the timing of it all, this must have happened minutes before she began attacking the prayer room. Yes, I consider myself lucky. The Scaled Lord must have graced me with divine luck. Just stop. Considering how quickly she was moving, there has to be a reason why she waited there. Was she waiting for High Speaker to leave? Perhaps we should closely examine the timing of these events. Alright, lost track of time. My alarm went off and I realized it was time for my afternoon prayers. When is that? Alright. At a specific time. 2:10 p.m. Alright, that's good. Spotted Lady Steelwind looking over the westward balcony. And she died at 2:18 p.m. That's well after he... yeah, that's well after. You got into the prayer room, so I said, no. I tried to read her, but she didn't respond to me. That's when I noticed she was pushing something large over the balcony. I'm like, what are you doing? She ignored you. What was her expression like? Very cold and emotionless. Patron must have had a control room when this happened. Yes, really makes the most sense. What time did this encounter happen? Shortly after the alarm went off. It was definitely before 2:15 p.m. There's the contradiction. Yeah, Topsy says, yep! 2:18, baby. Wait, what? Is something wrong? There is, but I'm not really sure what it means.
Stop stuttering and say what you want to say!
High Speaker, you said you're already dumping something over the edge of the balcony.
There's no need to be vague, Cuthbert. It's clear from the evidence that you saw my daughter dumping Lady Sybil's body.
That's the thing, Lord Steelwind. It couldn't have been Sybil's body.
What are you talking about? The location from that balcony to where we found Lady Sybil's body lines up perfectly.
It may be, but the witness just said he saw Arya dumping the body before 2:15 p.m.
Wait!
You see it too, don't you, Lucio? How did Arya dump Coraline Sybil's body into the lake body into Lake Galacron before 2:15 p.m. if her time of death was 2:18 p.m.?
I see. That does seem particular. But we know the defendant threw Sybil's body from that balcony. Do we know her explanation for how it ended up there?
Yeah, that's also true.
Perhaps she was still alive when Arya threw her off that balcony. She could have been knocked unconscious with a sleep spell. Your Grace, there were no traces of conjuration magic on her body. Even if she was asleep, she wouldn't have survived the fall from that height. The distance from the balcony to the lake is more than 30 stories. The autopsy report says that the cause of death was suffocation, not blunt force.
Right. So when did she die? She died she died before she was thrown, she died while she was falling, she died after she hit the water. She must have died after she hit the water. She would have died upon impact. She didn't do anything to lessen the blow. Might have opportunity to cast a spell to protect herself. I explain where her body isn't damaged from the fall. That doesn't match the evidence. Lady Sybil contains slow fall. Use that spell to slow her descent. She wouldn't have taken any damage from the lake. Which spell did Sybil cast on herself? So slow fall wouldn't have done it. We already ruled that one out. Stone Skin. She must have cast Stone Skin on herself.
Stone Skin?
I've been waiting to play that one ever since we found those shards. If you recall, the High Speaker mentioned that something was strange about the object Arya threw over the balcony. Yep, we figured this one out all the way back when. It was much darker and didn't match with Sybil's usual garb, almost as if there was something else Sybil was wearing.
That object was obviously Lady Sybil protected by a lay of stone. That still doesn't explain why she would cast that instead of slow fall.
He's right. Why did Sybil cast Stone Skin on herself? Sybil cast Stone Skin before being thrown in the lake. She was protecting herself from Arya. She cast Stone Skin on herself before she was thrown in the lake. Arya must have attacked her, and she cast the spell in response.
That would protect her from the Steelwood strike. That doesn't seem quite right.
What do you mean?
I may not have seen much. I saw the object Arya dumped was stiff and motionless. If it had been Lady Sybil, she would have been struggling against her, wouldn't she?
That's a good point, too. High Speaker saw Arya dumping a motionless Sybil. If you assume my logic is correct, she would have also still been alive. Why was Sybil motionless despite being conscious? So why wasn't she struggling against Arya? Sybil was affected not by a spell. She must have been affected by a spell, okay. Considering it kept her from resisting Arya, the patron must have made Arya cast that spell on her. What spell did Arya cast on Sybil? Hold Creature. It was Hold Creature. Sybil must have cast Stone Skin on herself when Arya attacked her. The patron must have known that Arya couldn't physically damage her like that, so he ordered her to restrain Sybil with that spell.
Ugh! And Sybil died by suffocation.
That's right, Lucio. How did Sybil suffocate? You've all been shouting it in the chat. Sybil drowned in Lake Galacron. Sybil suffocated when Arya threw her into Lake Galacron. Her stone skin lessened the impact of the fall, but also make her drop like a literal rock. Arya's hold creature spell prevented her from moving or releasing her spell. She was helpless as she sank to the bottom of the lake.
Oh, I believe that covers all three matters then. Yes. Lord Von Sanctus suffocated to death in his own force cage. Lady Sybil drowned after Arya cast hold creature on her. And Lord Pierce died after being wounded by a blade created with shaped liquid. The only common thread I see is that the patron used some of the victims' magics against them.
But how does that connect to Pierce? Did he cast shaped liquid to make the blade to defend himself? Maybe the murderer took it from him and used it against him. No. But he was knocked unconscious alongside you. He couldn't have been the one to create that blade. Anyway. Whoever did this had an in-depth knowledge of each of the spells they used to defend themselves. They knew that Von Sanctus couldn't dispel his own force cage. And they also knew that he still needed oxygen from within it. In Sybil's case, they knew Arya couldn't physically harm her once she had the stone skin active.
They also knew that old creature would prevent Sybil from dispelling her own stone skin.
Not only that, they did all of this in a quick time frame. The two of them died absolutely horrible deaths. Yes. Not quick, like Pierce. It was slow. They were trapped. They had time to be terrified before they expired. Von Sanctus and Sybil died within 13 minutes of each other. And if Arya hadn't encountered Celeste, Pierce might have died just as quickly.
So whoever did this had an in-depth knowledge of high-level magic. Not only that, they came up with creative ways to bypass the defenses put up by Von Sanctus and Sybil. Yeah, they have the ability to react quickly and decisively. Well, considering the circumstances, that hardly narrows it down. Several members of the four Pillar families were present that day. Each and every one of them studied at the Imperial Academy. They would all be knowledgeable in magic and its applications.
Something they're saying isn't sitting right by you for some reason. There's something there, so why can't you see it? Yeah, no use, you can't piece it together yet. But you're not finished. There's another angle to this. Consider who the patron did and didn't target. What's similar about some of the targets? The victims were Lloyd Von Sanctus, Coraline Sybil, and Garrick Pierce. What's a similarity we can draw between at least two of them? Let's see. Alright, so what is similar about some of the targets? So it's Sybil. Well, Pillar families of the common folk, friends, house leaders, are convicted murderers. Convicted murderers of the common folk. Von Sanctus and Pierce are convicted murderers of the common folk. No. Doesn't quite work for all three of them. Oh, there's a common thread between at least two of them. Alright. Let me get this. Our enemies. Our house leaders. That seems a little bit obvious. But, Sybil and Von Sanctus are house leaders of Pillar families. Okay? You know me. Every single time the answer is way too obvious, I try to bypass it, and then you tell me to go back to it, so this time I did it on my own volition. Von Sanctus and Sybil were the heads of their respective noble houses.
Are you saying the patron's goal was to assassinate leaders of the Four Pillars?
That's the motive that makes them of sense. That does leave one question.
Don't be coy. I'm not daft, Cuthbert.
Actually, I highly doubt it was you.
Really now?
Out of most people here, you could have easily tricked your daughter into signing a blood contract, but why would you need to do that? You're the Grand General of Wyvern Guard's military, and the cathedral was filled with your men. You could have easily equipped one of your best mages to carry out this massacre. You wouldn't even need to make a deal with a demon to do so.
So, why wasn't Lucio targeted then?
From our encounter with Celeste, it's clear there's a limit to Arya's combat capabilities. The patron might have simply doubted Arya's ability to defeat the Grand General. But there's also another explanation. Why didn't the patron target Lucio Steelwind? The patron wanted to frame Arya for the murders? No. The patron made no attempt to kill Lucio Steelwind. When they were controlling Arya, they didn't make any attempt to hide her actions. They wanted people to see her. Wanted to frame House Steelwind for the murders? There you go. Same logic, but wider scale. The patron wanted people to suspect House Steelwind for the murders. They used Lucio Steelwind's daughter to commit the crime. Then they intentionally left him alive to cast suspicion on him.
That's why they used my daughter!
Is that a tinge of anger you feel from him? Anyways, that leads me to my next point. Imagine if we never discovered Arya's blood contract with the Empress of Discord. What would have happened?
We still think that Miss Steelwind succumbed to Mageblight. She would have been convicted for the murders, and trust in House Steelwind would forever be diminished.
About a month ago, House Freyga lost its head, and his successor, Lady Freyga, was woefully unprepared to take his place. Now, the heads of Von Sanctus and Von Sybil are dead, with House Steelwind being held responsible for it all.
All four of the Pillar families would have been weakened as a result of the massacre.
But I think there's another layer to this. Everything fits together if we assume that the patron's goal was to weaken the Pillar families. Except for the murder of Garrick Pierce.
Yes. In contrast to Sybil and Von Sanctus, Pierce's political power pales in comparison.
Nice alliteration. Furthermore, Pierce was already scheduled to be executed next month for the murder of Flintheart McCoy. Why did the patron target Garrick Pierce? The patron knew the identity of Celeste's parents? No. Pierce was going to die regardless, but there had to be something Pierce did recently. Something that made Patron decide to murder him. Oh, wait. Companion, Foundations, the Blood Contract. And the Blood Contract, Magic, Celeste. No, wait, Pierce knew the identity of Celeste's parents. Shush. Shh, 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 shh. The patron murdered Pierce because they needed him to die as quickly as possible. Pierce knew the identity of Celeste's biological parents. My parents? Do you remember what Pierce said when we showed up for the meeting? You finally arrived. I suppose this means you finally decided... Wait, you two? We got your letter. Letter? What letter? You sent us a letter, Pierce. Said you knew who Celeste's parents were. I did send a letter, but not to you two. We weren't the intended recipients of that letter. That's right. So that leaves one final question. Who did Pierce originally send that letter to? Is Aster the patron? And is Celeste actually is a Celeste a Wyvern Guard? I don't know what to do with this information, but if Celeste, or maybe there is a different there's a different family who has a claim to the throne, and Celeste is the last living member of that. But I'm not gonna keep on speculating. The show must go on. There's only one person Pierce could have sent that letter to. The person who orchestrated the massacre in the first place. The patron! Celeste is a lot of things, like best girl, like Eris. Are you telling me Eris has been Celeste this entire time? Celeste and Eris has been one and the same? Or Celeste is like some kind of branch out, like some aspect of Eris that it's meant to keep Tyrion alive so she can keep playing with him? Is this a Heavenly Principles thing, like from Genshin, and everyone thinks that Paimon is an aspect of the Principles? You were the one who said that there are a lot of things, and you said like Eris. Oh, wait, you said best girl like Eris. I retract my statement then. I just saw that you said that. I just saw Celeste is a lot of things like Eris. You know me.
But that means
the patron is someone who would be threatened by Celeste's parentage. Why am I reaching like this? Okay, then Celeste and Eris are not the same, one and the same.
Order in the court!
But I don't understand. I'm sorry, I know this is a lot to take in, but I think they were targeting you for some reason. Pierce knew the identity of Celeste's parents and attempted to blackmail the patron with this. Instead of complying with Pierce's demands, the patron instead sent the letter to me.
But why go through the trouble of lowering you there? They could have just allowed Pierce to wait in the prayer room while the defendant made her way to murder him.
Looking back on it, it's possible they wanted to kill Celeste too. What? They knew I wouldn't meet with Pierce alone. That information he had was about her. The patron correctly guessed that I'd break her with me. By killing both Pierce and Celeste, they'd eliminate any threats Celeste would pose to them.
They would be threatened by such information. The mere existence of McCoy posed a threat to them. It must have been something to do with our birthright.
Right. So who would that leave? Ah! Is it time? Are we going to zoom in on our man? You are the Graha Tia of Tyrion Cuthbert no more. King de Wyverngard just recently died. What if Celeste is a member of the royal family? Was that wrong? When it comes to conflicts of inheritance, royal line of succession is the first thing that comes to mind. Not only that, the king would have the authority to pardon Pierce for his crimes.
That wouldn't entirely make sense. If McCoy was abandoned at a tavern in Cornhaven, we must assume she's a bastard child.
I don't know why you have to bring that up.
My point is that King Olivier wouldn't abandon a child of pure royal blood. King requires heirs to continue the royal bloodline, with literature and a diplomatic marriage.
That's disgusting.
That's diplomacy, Cuthbert. Anyways, even if McCoy was of royal blood, Asta is the king's eldest child. He is of pure royal blood. McCoy would have no claim to the throne in these circumstances.
That eliminates Asta for now. We should consider the aspects first. So would that leave? House Frege, House Steelwind, the Eye Taker. Oh! The Eye Taker's family used to be a royal pillar. Wait, no? Not Eye Taker? Right around planning of Beatrice, House Frege to do so, since you were in his original plans, and Master may have set up his plan. Looking at this all wrong, was Celeste part of royal family planning to use her to take the throne. I am being so stupid right now. So it's either House Freyg or House Steelwind. It's a speculatory dive. You go through all of them? Oh, really? Oh, wait, you're supposed to be building up information. Alright, House Steelwind. Much as I have my doubts, House Steelwind is the only Pillar family whose house leader survived the past month. You think I'm McCoy's biological father? You're barely a father to your actual daughter. I'm only stating the possibility for the sake of argument. As I've said, it would make sense for you to frame your own daughter when House Steelwind would be blamed. But we need to consider every possibility. Anyways, we should consider the other suspects first. I recall during Beatrice Frega's trial, we heard William Frega's last will and testament. It mentioned that House Frega's assets would be divided evenly between all of his children. If McCoy to be revealed as a Frega, his daughters would be legally obliged to share the estate with him. Could they seriously be a Frega? I don't want to suspect Leif or Miriam, but we need to consider every possibility. And as we've seen, the Fregas are no strangers to making deals with demons. But it doesn't quite fit. I doubt Leif or Miriam would do something like this. What are you basing that on? I tend to be a good judge of character, and they just don't seem like the type to do something like this.
You're far too trusting. I hold no doubt that any of William's children would be capable of something like this.
I suppose we'll have to see. I can't think of anyone else.
Yes, there's a flaw with each suspect. Your logic is clearly flawed.
Well, you don't see him coming up with any ideas. There's something here I'm not seeing. I know I'm close. There's a missing piece that ties this all together.
Regardless, you still have no idea who this Empress of Discord is. I am loath to allow such individual to walk freely through Wyvernguard.
Your Grace, you've been alive since the creation of Wyvernguard and magic. Do you know who this demon is?
Oh, I can't say I do. Demons tend to take on many titles over their lifetimes. Whoever this Empress is, they are brave to so blatantly encroach on my domain like this.
Well, I suppose we'll just have to cross that bridge when we get there.
We've obtained a lot of information today. We'll clearly have many questions that need to be answered. How should we proceed? What is it, Mr. Cuthbert?
I can't help but feel there's something on here I'm not seeing. I just can't put my finger on it. That's because this isn't a DS game. You have to put your mouse cursor on it.
We have been walking at this for quite a while.
We're 4.5 hours into this.
Perhaps we should suspend proceedings so that we can look into these new leads. I have objections. You would give my men some time to look into what we've discovered today.
Oh, you said objections or no objections? Yep, no objections.
And settled. We'll be postponing proceedings for now, but you'll all be expected to return here by tomorrow morning. You're all free to return to your homes for the time being. But make no mistake, the Kingsguard will be keeping watch over all of you.
There's still this constant nagging sensation in the back of your mind. Tyrion? It's as if you've forgotten something extremely important. Tyrion, what is it? What could be so important yet so difficult to remember? Tyrion! Sorry. I was just thinking about everything. You're looking really stressed out. You want to head back to your house to rest? No. You only have a day until the trial resumes. If you can't figure out what happened after tomorrow, the magical traces will dissipate. You already know what happened. You just don't know who did it. Yeah. We should speak with the suspects again. How much longer do we have? Like 1 hour? 2 hours? I might have to make the next stream a shorter one, if it's like that. Maybe if I get lucky, I'll see something through the eyes of Horus. One of the suspects is the Eye Taker. What are you gonna do about him? And I suppose I'll have to speak with him too. What? No! What if he tries to kill you again? Arya's life is on the line. That's just a risk I'll have to take. Tyrion, do you even understand what you've been pulled into? What? Someone just murdered a bunch of nobles, and they even attacked members of the royal family. Now there are ancient dragons and demon lords involved too. Isn't this above your pay grade? Ouch. You know that's not what I meant. It's just this whole thing is crazy, isn't it? It's fine. It's just not like any of your other investigations. It's not, though. What if the Empress of Discord attacks you? What if the patron decides that you're getting too close to the truth? What if I can't... Her voice begins to break. Celeste? Are you still worried about what happened during the massacre? I'm fine. I already told you that you didn't do anything wrong. You almost died, Tyrion. I know. Tyrion, you almost died! I know, Celeste! No, Tyrion, I don't think you do! Do you have any idea how worried I was when she broke past me? When I saw you all lying on the floor, so many things were going through my mind. I didn't know what I would have done if you were... She can't even complete that sentence. Celeste, you were so focused on everything else that you've been ignoring her. She was attacked by Arya and almost died. You never even thought about how traumatic that must have been for her. I'm sorry. I didn't think... Don't apologize. Just please. Please just leave this to Lucio and the Scaled Lord. You've done enough already. They can figure the rest of it out. And what if it's not enough? I'm not so arrogant that I think they can't do it without me. But what if they can't figure out who the patron is? Arya will spend the rest of her life in prison. What if I could have done something to prevent that? I don't care if that happens. Celeste? I don't care, Tyrion. I'll apologize to her all you want after this. But all I want is to keep you safe. I don't know if I'm able to do that anymore. Even she seems surprised by what she said. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I'm really happy you're a part of my life. But I know what you're saying is coming from a place of care. I'm really sorry about how much I've been worrying you lately, but you're not going to stop, are you? It's like I've always said, man, king, or god, nothing will stop you for getting justice for your clients. I'm going to talk to Lucio. What? If we're going to meet the Eye Taker again, we're bringing some knights with us. Celeste, that's hardly... Nope! You don't get a say in this! If you're not here when I get back, I will find you. Judging from her expression, it's not an empty threat. Fine, just go. She might have a point, though. Where everything happened, you weren't even sure if you wanted to continue being an attorney. Maybe you should consider a safer, quieter life after all this is done. Perhaps a life with her. Woo! Wait, what? Alright, Lucio's cleared it. It was surprisingly easy to convince him. Oh, are you okay? I'm fine, let's not waste any more time. Before she has a chance to respond, you hastily walk past her. Hey, don't walk so far ahead. You need to stay focused on the trial for Arya's sake. When this is all over, you'll... Well, you suppose you don't have to think about that until then. Oh. So you're saying it is worth going through? Knowing what you know, there's a line that hits double hard. So we have a short investigation, and then we have a trial. Alright. We doing this endurance style? Using the King's Guard's teleportation network, you arrive back in Ratholm. Due to Celeste's insistence, you're being escorted by a division of the King's Guard. They definitely make you look out of place. As you walk through the city, you draw strange looks from nearly everyone who sees you. Sir, where will we be heading first? It's a little strange giving order to the knights. It's definitely going to take some getting used to. What's wrong? There's definitely something I'm fundamentally missing, but what? Just don't push yourself too hard, okay? Yeah, I'll try to pace myself. Anyways, you should speak with each of the suspects and confirm their alibis. That might help me finally put things together. Each of the nobles has returned to their respective homes. Your teleportation network should help you travel around Wyverngard. You arrive back at the Grand Cathedral. Probably won't need to investigate the crime scenes again. You wonder if Aster or Lucio might be here. Sir, I've spoken with the groundskeeper. His Majesty and Grand General are currently visiting Lady Steelwind. They'll be here later today to talk to the High Speaker. They'll come back later. You arrive at Frega Manor, hoping to speak with Leif and Miriam. After some asking around, one of the servants mentions they appear to be entertaining guests in the study. You normally won't interrupt them. You've already eaten a lot of time traveling here. Whatever they're discussing can wait. As you enter the study, Tracker runs up to you and begins barking. Once he sees who you are, he calms down. Oh, hello, friends. Sorry for Borks. Tracker thought he smelled something bad. What does that mean? Is Eris around here watching me? Oh, Mr. Cuthbert. You scan the room and see that Miriam is there too. And they appear to be speaking with Lord Asclepius. Sorry for barging in, Leif. No, it's no problem at all. Her emotions imply that she already knows why you're here. I'll skip the pleasantries. Do you mind if I ask you a few questions about what happened? Of course. I'll do anything to help with Lady Steelwind's situation. Should I leave? No. You were there with me when everything happened. And your testimony will substantiate my alibi. This isn't This isn't medical research. Leif, I'm sure you know why I'm here. I just want to preface this by saying that I highly doubt you're behind this. No, I perfectly understand. You'll know what it means soon enough. Was it Asclepius the entire time? Frankly, I'm also at a loss. I have no idea who did this. What are you talking about? It was clearly that criminal, the Eye Taker. Why don't you go interrogate him? Make no mistake, we fully intend to, but I'd like to cover everyone else before I confront him. Let him be, Miriam. But it's his fault that Beatrice's. Our sister knew what she was doing before she gave her testimony. Don't insult her bravery by blaming Mr. Cuthbert for what happened. What? Anyways, Mr. Cuthbert has shown many times that he's acting in good faith, and he's capable of convicting the criminals that even we can't see. Including your very own sister. How many pies does she have her fingers in? Every single one of them. You mentioned Beatrice before. Did something happen? It happened right after she gave her testimony this morning. She fell unconscious shortly after she left the Scaled Lord's lair. She hasn't woken up since then, and Marunath has gone missing. What? It must have been the Empress of Discord. After you manifested Lady Steelwind's blood contract, you all realized why she was acting so strangely. Right. If it weren't for her, you never considered trying to issue a divine edict. She sacrificed herself to save Lady Steelwind. It seems our esteemed sister put her trust in you, commoner. So we will do the same. If there's anything we can do to help you, please ask. I appreciate your trust, all of you, but I have to ask, where were you all between 2 p.m. and 3 p.m. that day? Luckily, you were all together. Me, Leif, Miriam, Beatrice, and her friend were all in the garden before 2 p.m. But around 2 p.m., my sister and Miss Ilmata both went missing. I can't believe we trusted her to take care of our sister! Hush now, Miriam. If the Empress of Discord took control of her, there was hardly anything Miss Ilmata could do to stop it. Oh man. Poor Eris, just being on the sidelines while all this terrible stuff is happening. Poor, unassuming Eris! I really do hope she's okay. She's been missing since the massacre. Oh, we'll take care of Eris. Eris is gonna be well taken care of. You mentioned that you all went to search for her. Did you see anything? No, you're only planning to search the cathedral grounds. When we arrived at the nave, we found Asta trapped in a forced cage. Did any of you lose track of each other during that time? No. We stayed together for the entire time. We did consider splitting up to cover more ground. But the King's God found us and asked us to stay where we were. Right. I suppose that makes sense. And did you see Eris at all when this happened? No, we never saw her. Beatrice Frege and Eris Ilmater were accounted for in the garden until 2 p.m. After that, they both went missing. Eris supposedly lost track of Beatrice and searched for her in the garden. Leif Frege, Miriam Frege, and Lazarus Asclepius worked together and were about to search for Beatrice at 2:05. However, they were stopped by the King's Guard, who reported that a glyph of contingency had trapped Aster de Wyverngard in a forced cage. She went missing at the same time that Beatrice did. That's really suspicious. Tyrion, are you starting to open your third eye? You don't think? It's definitely possible she was involved in this somehow. Not to mention, the Eye Taker is one of our suspects, and she's his daughter. She's his what? You didn't know? I'd have thought that Beatrice would have told you. No, she didn't mention that at all. Looks like Eris has a lot to answer for. If you can even find her, that is. I suppose I'll stop beating around the bush. Have any of you made a blood contract with a demon lately? How dare you, this arrogant little peasant! No, I understand where he's coming from. I want to understand, but the very idea is infuriating. Of everyone present, Our sister was the only person with known ties to a demon. If she were to share that secret with anyone, it would have been with us. You didn't catch any incriminating thoughts from them, Ruby Eye. But you've been misled by it before. Nevertheless, you still have no idea who the patron is. I was actually meaning to ask you during the trial. Can't you just use this divine edict of yours to figure out who the patron is? No. To manifest a blood contract, I need the title of the demon and the name of the human they made the contract with. I understand that. Why not just apply brute force? What? Due to the king's funeral, the King's Guard has a detailed list of everyone that was present during the massacre. Whoever this patron is, they were working together with the Empress of Discord. That must mean they made a blood contract with her, yes? That's right. I could just keep issuing divine edicts until a blood contract appears. Wait, is that safe? There's only one way to find out. You take out your notes and begin looking at your list of suspects. You might be at this for a while, so you might as well go in order. You clear your throat in preparation. Empress of Discord, wherever you may hide, release thy guards and manifest your blood contract with Aster the Wyvern Guard. No! Tyrion, what's wrong? You collapse to the ground as you suddenly find yourself overcome in immense pain. What? What's happening to him? Lazarick, use your magic to heal him. Right. Oh, you silly, silly boy. You may be half human, but you can't just go around declaring lies like that. What? I was really looking forward to bringing you to the end of this. I haven't even started to have my fun yet. Who are you? Actually, I suppose that contract is still in effect. I guess my hands are tied. I'll save you. Just this once. Tyrion, please wake up! Celeste? You're okay. You most certainly don't feel okay. You can feel every part of your body aching. It's painful for you to even sit up like this. Are you okay, friend? Yeah? What happened? You died. What? I've never brought anyone back from something like that. That was my strongest spell, too. You have no idea how lucky you are. If I wasn't here, who knows what might have happened? I don't understand. The last thing I remember was issuing my divine edict. Wait. Was that the cause? But I've done it before without any problems. I just used it this morning. Why did the divine edict harm you? Why did the divine edict harm? Aster does not have a blood contract with the Empress of Discord. It might be because Aster doesn't have a blood contract with the Empress. If demons aren't able to lie, the same might hold true for angels as well. The divine edict is clearly some sort of divine magic. So asking for a blood contract that doesn't exist might be considered a lie. Sorry. It's my fault for suggesting it. No, I was being reckless. Please be more careful. I don't think my heart can take this. Well, at least we know Aster wasn't behind this. He was the most obvious one. Either way, yep, the most obvious innocent person, completely clean of hand. Either way, you still should make note of this. Aster the Wyvern Guard has no blood contract to the Empress of Discord. Obviously. You know, if we didn't go through our discussions, this would have been the moment where I would have started to suspect him. If you didn't drop the whole wedding vows thing, then this would have been like, hold up. Anyways, it's clear that I can't just issue these edicts without thinking. I'll just have to wait until I'm certain of the patron's identity. Just please be careful. You were stuck in Ishgard this whole trial? What's Ishgard? I mean, I know what Ishgard. I know, and Ishgard. But what are you talking about? Even best boy Aster will face the wrath of the Hammer Justice if guilty. Think of the Heavensward plot and how it went, and think about the case. Just be careful. Anyways, looks like you found everything you can here. Let's move! You arrive back at the Grand Cathedral of the Scaled Lord. Hopefully, Aster and Lucio are back by now. Oh, Mr. Cuthbert! Your Majesty. As you enter, you're approached by Aster, Alaric, and Lucio. How is your investigation? You okay? You look quite pale. Yeah, there was a bit of an accident earlier. A little too embarrassed to admit you almost ended up dying.
Well, try to exude more caution next time. I'd be dishonorable if you didn't fall by my hand.
Why is everything you say so aggressive? Anyways, you finally have your next suspect here. But judging from the evidence you gathered, it's very unlikely that Aster is the patron. Oh, they are laying it on thick now. You do wonder if he saw something, though. Reverse psychology. Aster is now my #1 patron. Suspect.
Why are you looking at me like that, Cuthbert?
Sorry. After he attacked you in Franco Manor, you've always been a little wary of him. If it weren't for Celeste's reflexes, he might have well killed you that day.
I'm not going to attack you again.
Celeste doesn't trust you that much either. I hope you can understand my uneasiness. You did almost kill me the first time we met. What?
That's not... It's because you're a Heavensborn.
Excuse me? What does me being a Heavensborn have to do with this?
It's difficult to explain to someone like you. But warriors such as I must hone and develop our senses to survive in battle. Eventually, we develop the ability to sense hidden enemies and anticipate danger. I'd heard that such senses are heightened when in the presence of extraplanar entities. Until I met you and Beatrice Frega's familiar, I thought those stories were complete nonsense.
Me and Maranath?
As a Heavensborn, your blood is said to originate from the heavens. I wouldn't go so far as to say that I believe in the existence of other planes, but I admit that I still feel a certain aura from you that doesn't feel quite human.
So that's why you attacked me. I was exuding a threatening aura?
It was actually quite the opposite. Your aura was too calming and benign. I thought it must be some kind of trick or illusion.
I see. That's quite an astounding ability.
What about you, McCoy?
What?
Did you not sense a similar aura when you first met him?
Is that true? Well... Wow. Fancy carriage outside one group belongs to. Oh, there's someone inside the inn, too. is that guy visiting my dad? Oh wow, he's kinda cute. Yeah. Celeste has been on that grind since minute 0. It was kind of similar. For some reason, you feel a little embarrassed. Aster, I'm sure you know why I'm here. It's because I'm one of the suspects, isn't it?
Your Majesty, you are the reigning King of Wyverngarde. I expect you to conduct yourself with more dignity.
Of course. My apologies, Lord Steelwind. Anyways, questioning you is honestly a formality at this point. Really? A lot of the evidence works in your favor. He doesn't have a blood contract with the Empress, after all. Well, I do appreciate your vote of confidence, nonetheless. We are just getting all the way off of Aster's back. It's way too swift and convenient. Lucio, have you made any headway in figuring out who set that trap for Aster?
No, I haven't.
It makes me uneasy that you let someone get that close to my father's body.
Yes, I can't begin to apologize for my man's incompetence. If they were more vigilant, perhaps we could have avoided this whole tragedy entirely.
So your men were guarding the late king's coffin?
Yes. There wasn't a single moment when his body was left unguarded.
We found traces of illusion magic at the location of the force cage, although we're still not sure about who could have set that trap. There are also members of the King's Guard that can cast both force cage and glyph of contingency, and many of them fell comatose during the massacre, so we don't even know if one of them betrayed us.
You think my men are that weak, Your Majesty?
I think anyone can be made weak when put through enough stress.
Regardless, we have no way of telling who may have been guarding the coffin when the trap was set. This means that we have no way of telling when the glyph of contingency was set.
I was actually meaning to ask about that. Couldn't we wait for the 48 hours to elapse? If we make note of the exact time the traces of evocation disappear, we can work backwards to discern the attack time the trap was set.
Well, normally we could.
When the spell activated, I unfortunately panicked and cast a firebolt to try to destroy it. Of course, it didn't even put a dent in the force cage.
Because of that, he left traces of evocation at the exact location of the glyph of contingency. We can't discern which traces were left by the patron's glyph of contingency or his Majesty's firebolt.
Oh, how clumsy of him! I'm terribly sorry about that. Aster attempted to break the force cage by casting a firebolt that's created fresh traces of evocation. You can't blame him for reacting like that. It's gonna make figuring out who did this much more difficult. I heard you two visited Arya earlier today. How's she doing? I think she's doing the best she can, all things considered.
No thanks to you!
What?
She's only in this situation because of you.
Lucio, that's not... me. You're the one who's heartlessly persecuting her.
She's far too weak for this.
If that's what you truly think of her, you're grossly misunderstanding the kind of person she is. She defied the role you tried to force onto her, and she instead dedicated herself to fixing our broken kingdom. Ever since this started, all you've done is insult her. But you know nothing about her, and she's far stronger than you realize. Despite her lineage, she's always carved her own path and pursued her own justice.
Her own path? She only became a prosecutor because of His Majesty.
Ayo. We're getting into some lore, ain't we? What are you talking about? She became a prosecutor to fix our corrupt justice system from the inside.
And who do you think put those ideas into her mind? If she wanted to fix our justice system, she could have easily done so by slowly weakening House Sybil's influence. But she knew about your strange idolization of Ruby Tamora.
Ayo.
And she knew how closely you followed each and every one of her cases. I know why she became a prosecutor. She thought that if she became like your idol and defeated her, you might finally notice her.
You're wrong, Lucio. Arya Steelman would never care about me that much.
Are you seriously that dunce? When you were still engaged to Lady Frigga, you flaunted your relationship in front of my daughter in regards to her feelings. I remember each and every time I heard her slanderly crying in her quarters because of how oblivious you are. She changed every part of herself in order to please you.
Man, I'm kind of hoping now that Aster is a bad guy, so we can slap him upside the face with justice, because if he really was this oblivious and practically shaped Steelwind, Arya, into the shape that he wanted, unintentionally, that's pretty wicked. So what do you think is... yeah. So, best case scenario... well, what do you think is the best case scenario and the worst case scenario? One, he's so oblivious and negligent that he ended up caught ruining another person's life. Or, he's a bad guy, and he intentionally led her on so he could use her. Best case, he's a puppet. Perhaps. Or is being framed. There you go. But if he was intentionally leading her on so that she would become his perfect little patsy, oh boy. This man, Lucio Steelwind, has to, Lucio should bring that axe down on him. Treason be damned. Is he getting angry on her behalf? I had no idea.
My daughter is far stronger than any of us, but she's weak when it comes to you.
Lucio, there's no point in fighting amongst ourselves. Please stay focused on the investigation. Seems that he cares for Arya a lot more than you realized. And the eye shows that his feelings are genuine. But then why is he doing everything he can to convict her? Mood is a little tense.
I must ask you, Cuthbert, why are you going to such lengths for my daughter?
What do you mean?
Surely you understand the gravity of the situation. By taking part in this trial, you risk drawing the ire of both nobility and whoever this Empress of Discord is. What are you planning?
Lucio, I'm not planning anything.
Please, you honestly expect me to believe that you're just doing this out of the goodness of your heart?
Well,
Dear Lord, you actually are doing it for that reason. Is this what all heaven's born are like?
I don't like thinking about it that way. I just can't stand by while I see injustice taking place. Even if you're standing in my way, I'll do whatever it takes to save Arya.
I wouldn't throw around such promises so loosely.
I'm not. I will save her, Lucio. Anyways... oh. I thought I was done in this place. You still have no idea who set up that trap for Aster. Judging from the still companions you have, neither Arya nor Beatrice could have set up that trap. But the patron could also be a mage. That means that they could have set up the trap too. Oh, is that so? What was it again? It was Force Cage, so that's Abjuration, and Evocation. Abjuration and Evocation. He's got Conjuration. Interesting. Oh. Alaric. You got Evocation. Or it could be Lucio. Although I think Lucio is Abjuration, so... Yeah, Lord Von Sanctus. We've got Poochie, Abjuration, and Evocation. Well, we don't have Lucio Steelwind's compendium. I wonder if Ruby is going to come in at the last second and do something. Otherwise, I don't know why her name would be on here. Won't be getting any new information over here. You highly doubt the person who orchestrated this is any of the people you've met thus far. Only one last person to talk to, baby. You make your way back to the alleyway that Tamora brought you to a month ago. It would be too conspicuous to bring the Kingsguard with you, so they've hidden themselves in a building nearby. They gave Celeste an enchanted runestone to hold and channel her magic into. If she stops focusing her magic into it, the Kingsguard will be notified and they'll storm the building. Are you ready? Yeah, let's do this. The Eye Taker is your prime suspect. Everyone else is an alibi and lacks a motive. Not to mention, Eris was with Beatrice when she went missing. You don't want to suspect her, but her father is a criminal. And she still hasn't turned up since the massacre. On 3. 1, 2, 3. What? There's no one here. Damn it! Of course he's not here. You betrayed him and you knew where his hideout was. You take a close look at the desk he was sitting at during your previous visit. There's a thick layer of dust on it. Doesn't look like anyone's been here for a while. You must have moved his operation elsewhere the day you convicted Beatrice. Guess there's no point in staying hidden anymore. You see Celeste toss the Kingsguard runestone onto the ground. A few seconds later, you hear the footfalls of soldiers rushing towards your location. Freeze in the name of Wyvern Guard! You see him freeze as he scans the room and sees no one else there. Be careful, sir. They appear to have turned themselves invisible. They're not here, you idiot. Uh-oh. You take a seat on a chair nearby. A cloud of dust is launched in the air as you do so. He had the last piece we needed. None of the other suspects had the means nor the motive to do this. How much more mysterious would this have been if we didn't know his untimely fate? He's probably long gone by now. It's over. I'm sorry. You did everything you could, didn't you? But it wasn't good enough. Part of you knew that it was a long shot. If he were involved in this, he'd definitely keep his head down. What do we do now? There has to be someone who knows where he is. Wait a minute. Actually, there is one person who might know where he is. What do you... Wait, you don't mean... At this point, it's the only option we have. Are you sure? You two aren't exactly... I know. But I can't let my personal feelings get in the way of saving Arya. Here we go! You're not looking forward to seeing her again. At least, that's what you keep telling yourself. Yep. I bring her up, and then minutes later... There we go. You have to process these feelings later. You have a job to do. Ha! Tamora Law Offices. You know, that's one thing missing from this game. having a law offices to come back to. You arrive at the office of Tamura's law firm. According to Arya, Tamura is still practicing, so it looks like she hasn't gone into hiding like the Eye Taker apparently did. If anyone knows where he currently is, she will. You bring your hand up to knock on the door, but you stop for a moment. Sir? With everything that's happened, you still don't feel ready to face her. For the past month, all those things you've said to her keep replaying in your mind. You feel familiar warmth of Celeste's hand again. You take a deep breath and steel your resolve. You knock on the door. Every moment of silence thereafter fills you with anxiety and dread. I'm sorry for the inconvenience, but I'm not currently accepting clients at... Cuthbert? Complicated emotions. Gotta love that happy face. She looks completely frozen for a while, but her gaze narrows as she notices the Legion of Knights escorting you. Are you here to arrest me? No, of course not. Can we come in? Yes, of course. You take a seat inside the office, but you can't really think of anything to say. And the Knights aren't really helping to alleviate the tension. Hey, Celeste. Could you take the Knights outside and do a perimeter of the building? What? But... Are you sure? I am. But what if something happens? Celeste, we're in a populated building in the capital city of Wyverngard. I think I'll be fine. No, but... Sorry, you're right. I'll just... In the motion of her hand, the Knights follow her out of the office. Right before she leaves, she waits at the door and looks at you for a while. After a while, she realizes how long she's been staring and quickly closes the door. Now then, let's get this over with. Is Celeste okay? She seems a bit on edge right now. Yeah, I think she's just been overprotective lately. I don't really blame her. I did almost die a few times in the last few days. What? It's a long story, and I don't think I'm even allowed to talk about it. Especially not with you. That last part came out with a little more disdain than you intended. You take a deep breath. I received your letters. Oh, did you? I haven't gotten the chance to read them yet. Of course. Whenever you're not busy. This is really awkward. But you were going to have this conversation sooner or later. Perhaps it would be best to just be direct. Miss Tamura, I trusted you. I know. I trusted you. I told you everything about myself. I put all of my hopes into you, and you lied to me. You told a criminal about the Eye of Horus. It took me years before I was comfortable enough to tell you about it, and you knew that. Why did you even adopt me? You could have just left me in Ornax and moved on with your life. Why would you pull me into this? It sounds like she's trying to look for an answer, but nothing comes to her. I've started thinking about what my life could have been like. I could have done so many things. I might have been able to move on from losing my mother. But you adopted me. You made my entire life focused around that one moment. I had a son once. Before you, I mean. What? I wasn't always a city person. I used to live in an old farm town, just like McCoy's. My son and I used to run an old tea shop. Just the two of us. Wait, you ran a tea shop? I know, it's ridiculous now that I think about it. I was really happy back then. She really demonstrates that with a beaming face. What happened? One night, a local nobleman had too much to drink at the Lowell Tavern. He barged into our shop and started destroying it with his magic. My son tried to stop him, but the Inquisition swept the entire case under the rug, obviously. They said that the nobleman felt threatened and acted in self-defense. She never told you about this before. What was his name? It was Ryan. Oh. What did you do after Ryan died? I thought long and hard about what I wanted to do. I was hurt and blinded by rage. So I decided I would take justice into my own hands. Wait, you didn't? No. At the time, I thought that killing him would be too easy. I broke into his manor and found every incriminating document I could find. I found everything, from records of illegitimate children to plots he was making against other noble houses. I released everything to the public. It absolutely ruined him. That's when I realized that there was a way to make them pay. You didn't have to harm or kill anyone. You could just beat them at their own game. You could use the rules and laws they made against them. Just like an attorney. Yeah. Just like an attorney. When I realized that, I moved to this city and started studying law. I read every book there was to read about Wyvern Guard's laws, and I learned how to work the system. I started representing clients who were clearly being framed by the nobility, but I really didn't care about saving them. I just wanted to see the look on each noble's face when I implicated them with irrefutable evidence. But it got more difficult. As I started punching higher, the nobles got smarter and more influential. I continued to acquit my clients, but the trials got closer and closer each time. But I was arrogant, and I felt invincible. I thought that no matter what happened, justice would prevail. And then your mother's case happened. Hold on a second. Let me honk a little bit. Yep, I turned my table in that direction precisely for that response. I've never met someone that remarkable before. She had this way of making you feel happy, no matter what kind of mood you were in. Yeah, I remember. But I failed her. And I failed you. Ms. Tamora, I never once blamed you for what happened. I know. But that doesn't change the fact that I couldn't acquit her. She was executed because I didn't do enough. When you asked me to train you to be an attorney, I was blinded by my desperation. I felt so alone and helpless. I wanted someone, anyone, to carry this burden with me. So, how pathetic must I have been? Did I look for that grieving 10-year-old child? When I looked at you, all I wanted to see was myself. I saw a hurt and broken person who wanted revenge on the nobility, but I was too self-centered to realize that you were nothing like me. You care about people, and you cared more about saving your clients than harming the nobility. I think I knew all along, but I just refused to see it. Maybe you were right about me. What? Maybe I was just using you to make myself feel better. I took you from your home and forced you to dedicate your life to my dream. Maybe I never really cared. If I did care about you, I would never pulled you into a life like this. I'm sorry, and I can't begin to apologize for doing that to you. The eye shows that her feelings are genuine, but does that even matter at this point? I have been thinking long and hard about this. I want to forgive you, Miss Tamora, but I don't know if I can. I don't blame you, but I want to try. She looks away from you for a moment as she wipes a single tear. Miss Tamora? No, don't call me that. What? If you can truly find it in your heart to forgive me, I want things to be different this time. I'm not your superior, nor your mentor anymore. We're equals now, so call me by my first name. Okay. Ruby. Saying it feels really strange after all these years, but isn't it worth that smile? But you hope you can get used to it. Right. I almost forgot the entire reason why I came here. What is it? I didn't just come here to reconcile. I actually need your help with something. Okay. I need you to help me speak to the Eye Taker. Tyrion? I know. Considering the circumstances, it would probably strain your partnership with him even more. Tyrion, but if you could just tell me where he is, I'll do my best to make sure it doesn't get traced back to you. Tyrion, the Eye Taker is dead. The Eye Taker is dead? And now every single person who's playing this game is like, yeah, and? Instead of, oh no, you didn't! What? He died right after you convicted Beatrice. He was lynched by a mob of civilians. What? Everyone's saying there was some sort of retaliation from House Freyga. Didn't you notice that he didn't send anyone after you? But Eris said... Wait a minute. By the way, is your father still... Oh, if you're worried about him, we've already had a conversation about you. I don't think he'll be accosting you anytime soon. Oh, thank you. Then why would Eris say that? Eris? Who's Eris? What? Oh, who's Eris? Here we go. And the fact that Ruby doesn't remember who Eris is, that would just cascade all of these things. What? You've met her before. She has long black hair and wears a black dress. I suppose she really likes black. But anyways, she's the Eye Taker's daughter. Tyrion. The Eye Taker's daughter has red hair. What? She was there when we spoke to him during Beatrice's trial. That's right, what are you talking about? She was never at that meeting. What? What is going on? She was clearly there. If it weren't for her intervention, the Eye Taker would have attacked at that very moment. Why are you remembering things differently?
Oh, I'm sorry, Lucio. Whoever this patron is, they have full ownership of her mind. It could have easily commanded her to forget signing the contract in the first place. That's probably why she can't remember what happened during the massacre.
Oh!
Mr. Cuthbert, does 2 + 2 = 4?
Take, you think this is fine? Really, AQ? Any particular reason, or it's just not that big of a deal for you? Tyrion? What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? A part of you really hopes that you're wrong about this. Why are Ruby's memories different from yours? Eris. Destroy. Alright, Ruby signed a blood contract. You signed a blood contract. Oh, Ruby signed a blood contract. Beatrice signed a blood contract. Who else signed a blood contract? Arya signed a blood contract. Are there any more blood contracts that I should know about? The only explanation you can think of, but why? Her memories seem intact, except for her memories of Eris. Since her disappearance, you've highly suspected that she was involved in this. Not only was she at the scene of the crime, she went missing at the same time that Beatrice did. You never thought to ask one question. Who is Eris Ilmater? Eris Ilmater is a qualified attorney. Here we go! Ever since they brought up the Empress of Discord, I knew it. You personally don't think that the reveal is story ruining? The hook from the previous chapter served as a hook. You enjoyed the dramatic irony it provided. It also clarified a pretty obvious suspicion early on, but it left enough vague. At least for you to be happy to be given the answers now. Interesting. So, you know, Eris does have a habit of taunting her victims. So, what if having that reveal done at the end of the last chapter was just her way of taunting us, the player? If anything, she probably wanted to get an irritated reaction out of people. Like, Eris literally gave spoilers to us, and she's probably feeding off of our frustration from that. If you think about it. So, anyone who yeah. She probably knew that revealing her, that playing her hand would have caused people to rage quit. which, in a way, is clever, but at the same time, if it's too unsatisfying, then that does have something to say about how the writing affects the experience of the game. And, you know, if you were just blown completely out of the storyline and you just didn't care anymore, then, you know, doesn't matter how much metagaming we're doing. That's just a failure on the developer's part. So, what do you think? Do you think it's an effective gameplay integration that Eris is getting our goat? Or did they kind of overplay their hand here? I like to think it's either. She does let the mask slip quite often. Good thing for her, she can seemingly rewrite reality. Or at least, I wonder, has everyone that we have interacted with that have been glitched out, have they all made blood contracts that the Empress of Discord can take advantage of? Is a shocking amount of the population, have they all made blood contracts with demons and no one just realizes it? And so the Empress of Discord, Eris, is just on the top of this pyramid of manipulation. And, I don't know, it's like 25 to 50% of the entire country has blood pacts. That'd be quite the reveal. A lot of memories come back to you. Warriors must own and develop their senses to survive in battle. We develop the ability to sense enemies and anticipate danger. These senses are heightened in the presence of extraplanar entities. You thought I was hogwash. You fought literal monsters and merely escaped my life. But when I'm near Eris, none of those creatures come even close. A feeling like she's in front of a predator that you can never hope to defeat. Every instinct you have tells you to run when she's close by. He's not usually like this. Animals have always disliked me. There's still very little you know about demons. So what's to say that one can't take the appearance of a human? It's still a long shot, but there is one way to find out for sure. Tyrion, talk to me. What's wrong? Ruby, I'm about to do something stupid. If I fall unconscious, I need you to call Celeste and tell her to contact Lord Asclepius or the Archduke. What? If you're wrong about this, there's no way either of them will get here in time. But it's already late, and the trial resumes tomorrow. You can't waste any more time traveling to either of their locations. Eris Ilmater, wherever and whatever you are, by the Eye of Horus, I issue upon you a divine edict. Release thy guards, and manifest your blood contract with Ruby Tamura. So, you finally figured it out, my dearest Tyrion. This entire time, I've been chasing you. You have. It's been so entertaining watching you scramble around. You've been making contracts with people across Wyverngard. You took control of Aria and Beatrice. But why? Why would you want to do any of this? Oh, I can't possibly reveal all my secrets. This isn't the proper stage to have our final battle. You. But I suppose that you've come this far, so how about I give you a little gift? Upon signing this contract, Ruby Tamura grants the Empress of Discord access to her memories at any time. The Empress may view any and all of Tamura's memories. In addition to that, the Empress may instantaneously change and alter her memories whenever she wishes. It's signed with Ruby Tamura's name. Question being, are there memories? Does Ruby have more memories that she wanted to have erased? And she made a blood pact, a blood contract to make it happen? What was that? Ruby? Eris Ilmater is a demon. And she's not just any demon. She's the Empress of Discord. And you signed a blood contract with her. That's why you can't remember anything about her. What? Tyrion, I swear on my life that I didn't know anything about this. I know. She probably tricked you into signing this. Just like she tricked Arya. Arya? What does the prosecutor have to do with this? Come on, you two. I know things are kind of tense, but there's no need to... What are you holding? Is that a blood contract? Celeste, Eris is the Empress of Discord. What? It was her the entire time. She tricked Arya into signing a blood contract with her, and she probably controlled her and Beatrice to orchestrate this entire massacre. What? Tyrion, this is crazy. I know I was scared of her that one time, but how could Eris be a demon? She looks nothing like Marunath. I know unbelievable it is, but I used my divine edict with her name. That wouldn't have worked unless she was a demon. Yeah, I guess I can't disagree with that. We'll need to contact the Grand General immediately. If she's really a demon, is it even possible to arrest her? It's already been a day. For someone like her, that'd be more than enough time to skip town. We'll need to speak with the Archduke about this. Thank you, Ruby. You've helped us more than you could ever know. Yeah, of course. Celeste, let's meet up with everyone. We'll need to discuss our next course of action. Right. You're about to leave Ruby's office when she stops you. Tyrion, have you been using the Eye of Horus lately? Yeah. I can't say much about what I'm doing right now, but I am in the middle of a case. It's just that... What's wrong? Never mind. I don't think it's my place to say anything. I think I'm just being my usual paranoid self. I'm not the one with the ability to read minds anyways. So if you're not seeing it, it's probably nothing. Okay. I know you can't tell me about what you're doing, and I have no idea what could possibly involve the Kingsguard, Steelwind, and the Empress of Discord. But just stay safe, okay? You're the only family I have left. I will. I promise. Thank you. You finally found the lead you were looking for, but you're not sure where this will take you. Knowing what you know now, you're almost a little afraid of what might happen. Who is Eris? Why would she go to the trouble of orchestrating any of this? She's not only impersonated the Eye Taker's daughter, she also pretended to be your friend. What's her goal in all this? Hopefully, tomorrow will finally bring you the answers you're looking for. Is something wrong, Commander?
Don't play dumb with me. They told me what you really are. What's your game, demon? Why would you just deliver yourself to our doorstep?
Oh, Orem, I put far too much work into this story to miss the final act. I can't wait to see how this ends.
You killed 3 people and enslaved an innocent girl. Is this all some kind of game to you?
That's exactly what this is to me. And it's a game to all of those people over there. I'll admit, looking back, it does feel a bit derivative. I think I've done enough to differentiate myself from those that came before. What is she talking about? Who are the people that came before? How is this derivative? Is she talking about other fourth wall breaking video game characters? Is she Facebook friends with Monica? It's a shame about the timing of it all, though. You're goddamn insane! That took you long enough to notice. Oh. You just realize that now, idiot? I guess the Oafish Inquisition Commander does have some observational skills after all. Whatever. You better not try anything. You know I can't lie, so I'll reassure you. I promise I won't harm anyone while I'm in this prison. Ugh. We're finally approaching the climax, Tyrion. No more deductions. No more talking. No more god-awful teasing when we both know who is really behind this. It's just me and you. Yeah, well, are you able to do you have the capability to disable my ability to save scum? We're gonna break here. This is the trial. How long is this trial? And it will go places. I see. It is, so it is a trial in the literal sense, and it is a trial in that your mettle will be tested. Cool. Yeah, is this gonna take more than one stream? The upcoming bit is the last bit. So, will it be a full stream? Or will it be... I should be in the next stream. Alrighty then. We're gonna have some fun with this thing. You've got this big hurdle to go. Well, I guess that is, that's going to set the stage for next time. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining me in this leg of the journey. Thank you, moderator James, Solaris, Matthew, I'm sure you're up here. And thank you. If you're watching this as a VOD, definitely went a little bit over. But, you know what to do. Like, subscribe, comment, ring the bell, join the Discord. It's in the description. Next time, the final turnabout. What kind of metagaming and mind screws are we in for? I have no idea, but the Empress of Discord is waiting. How will this all turn out? We have it in good authority that this final trial is gonna go places. So, next time, we're gonna go places. Until then, Game out.